Howdy, howdy. Oof. How's everybody's doing today? Everybody's weekend doing well? You're in the US. Got a little bit of, or at least some people have a little bit of a long weekend. Any plans for anybody getting into anything? I'm just gonna be chilling. Obviously doing channel stuff, but I am very happy to not have the regular job Monday to wake up for. Have I seen Thunderbolts yet? Have you seen a video for it yet? That's a big old fuck no. Big old fuck no. I have not seen Thunderbolts yet. All right. Let me make sure I got everything up here. There we go. Make sure I got the correct screens up. What's up, D. Cole? Nikki, how's your week? It's been good. Been a good little week here. How are the fur babies? Everybody's good. Everybody's accounted for. We have 4 kittens outside now, not 3. So that's a revelation. Yeah, trying to figure that part out. But yeah, doing good. Work for you has been insane so far. I'm on episode 14 of season 1 of X-Files. 14. That is Gender Bender. So either you've watched it or you are about to watch it. Yeah. So yeah, see. Ooh, so you just watched Beyond the Sea. That is a top 10 episode for me. I think arguably one of the best performances I've seen Brad Dourif give. I absolutely love that episode. But yeah, got some fun stuff coming around the corner. I need updates. But you will be back after your appointment, and we'll see you back in. Well, you actually sent this in at 2:30, so who knows? Maybe you'll be back by then, or shortly. Have I seen Beastars? I have not. I have not at all. Also, if you go from live action How to Train Your Dragon to Elio, just like I went from seeing the Flash movie to Elemental, you'll have some great palate cleansers thanks to good old Pixar. I mean, that's assuming the How to Train Your Dragon movie is going to be bad. It looks like it's the same fucking movie, and the first movie is pretty good. So I'm actually very impressed with how this one, I mean, it's the same guy, it's the same people making the live action that have made the original. So I'm expecting it to not suck. But Elio, I don't know. I need to see more, because what I've seen hasn't piqued my interest as of yet, but we will see. What's up, Christian? How are you? I watched Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare this week, and I actually thought it was pretty good and really horrifying. Well, that's a shocking twist right there. I actually heard the second, what is it even called? Blood and Honey was not as bad as, was actually decent compared to the first one. But I still have not really dived into that world. What's up, Adriana? How are you? Jazzy. Sheldor. I'm going to react to FX's Alien Earth that comes out August 12th. I would like to. That is kind of the plan. We got Killer of Killers, the Predator animated movie that is coming out in the first week of June. I'm going to try to check out. But then we also have, and whenever the next actual live action film comes out, which I'm super excited for. Thoughts on the Avengers delay? Now we get 2 years of awesome Christmas Avengers movies. I'm not that surprised. I really don't have any thoughts. Otherwise, it's gonna it's moved some of the spacing around and whatnot, but that's really about it. I don't really have any magnificent thoughts. I'm not surprised about them getting delayed with everything that's been going on but yeah. What's up, Darkly? How are you? JC. I already answered you, Scott, immediately once I came in. Time for Doctor Who editing break for stream. Hell yeah. That was my morning. That was my morning. I think I woke up from what was a nap that turned into just kind of a decent, no, I wouldn't even call it a decent sleep, but a sleep. Woke up what, around I think like 6:30 in the morning this morning, and then started watching it and then recording and then editing and all that crap. What's up, Emma? And that one kid. What a name. I was initially upset by the Avengers delay, but now I'm happy with it. It'll be worth the wait, I hope. Hey, however, I don't give a shit as long as it gets done and it's not rushed. And also, if they gotta course correct some things, course correct some things. What's up, Dion? How are you? Do I think Bo-Katan will be in Mandalorian and Grogu? I mean, as far as I know, I don't think so, but obviously they're going to keep a lot of that under wraps, so I have no idea. But I would kind of, I don't think so. I would really kind of, I don't think it's going to be the case, but we'll see. In the Squid Game Season 3 trailer, I counted, and there are exactly 37 O players left and 22 X players left. Thanks, Kian. You're welcome. It's so funny. I'm just starting to get into the Resident Evil games, starting with 2, which I heard was a good starting point for newcomers to the franchise. I mean, to be fair, sure. And yeah, see, this is my annoyance with the current slate of remakes, is that right now, most of the games feel kind of the same unless you want to play 1 and Code Veronica. Right now, Code Veronica isn't super important, but it will be depending on what they do down the line. But the fact that I know out of all the games, 1's already been remade once, but that remake is now vastly out of date. And I still think, though, I mean, it's got the tank controls. It's still good. It's still a pretty damn good remake, the one that is out currently. But I would love for them, and I hope they do this, is that they update it to fit in with the current stuff. The fact that they did 2, 3, and then 4 and haven't done 1 irritates me to no end. 1 is still stupid important. Like, really important to everything that's going on. And if they do continue this trend and do want to remake Code Veronica, it would be dumb as hell to not do that first. Because if you're coming in, you're only playing the remakes, you have no context for Code Veronica. So, like, yeah. You clarified the remake, which I understand. I figured as much, because that's what most people have done. But it's just like, it highlights the fact that I'm like, no, 1 is still very important. So I do really hope, at least at some point, you do eventually play the remaster for 1, because it's really good. But 2, I would say, if you're a newcomer, again, you're coming in after the event already happened, because that's the inciting incident, is 1. 2 only happens because of 1. Oh my god. Anyway, and then 3 makes you're like, oh, this is Jill. When if you played 1, you'd be like, oh shit, this is Jill, let's go. Anyway, oh, there's a lot of stuff you won't get if you didn't play 1, but it's a decent place to jump on for new players. It's got updated graphics, updated all the things. It looks good. It's all the things. 2's a great place to start. It's a really good game. I'm just frustrated with Capcom for leaving the first game in the dust, because it is still really relevant, and there's people like you that are only going to be playing 2 and then 3 and then 4 because those got the remake treatment. Anyway, sorry. But yes, it's a good starting point for what it is. You are missing out on some context, but it's still a damn good game. I really, really like 2, and the 3 remake is pretty solid, even if they did cut out some key set pieces from the 3rd game. But A lot of people didn't really like the third game. I really liked the third game when it first came out. That was probably the one I played the most. And then obviously everybody and their mom loves 4, but yes. Anyway, moving on. we got 2 minutes into this and gotta rant. Thoughts on the Avengers? I got no thoughts. I don't know why people ask me like, what do I think about delay? I mean, given, to be fair, I guess like, oh, the signs, oh, does this look bad? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe it can. I don't know if that's the scenario right now. Obviously, some things have shifted around. Some things are not happening, but I'm indifferent when things get delayed because there's a reason it got delayed, and hopefully it's for the betterment of the movie. That Last of Us episode got me tearing up. I can't believe the finale is tomorrow. And speaking of that, we got confirmation that they have at least confirmed what they have said in the past, that to tell the story of part 2, they will in fact need a season 4, which they have not been greenlit for yet, at least openly. So we'll see if it would suck if they don't get to tell that story, because I'm not sure how viewership is at the moment, and I imagine, as it's kind of been confirmed for anybody that's played the games, as far as our suspicions on the structure, I think even less people might watch it in season 3 when they start that first episode, but we'll see. It would suck if they don't tell that whole story though. Anyway, Janie, what's up? How are you and the cats? We're all good. I can't wait for Heartstopper season 3. Bring tissues. So many people have been saying bring tissues for season 3. You're going to need it, and you're not ready for this. You understand when you watch season 3. Let's see. I think Spider-Man Brand New Day will stay in July 2026 spot. After F4, it's going to be full 12 months before another MCU movie. I heard they also removed a lot of their unlisted or untitled slots from the list at all. So they dropped a lot of things where they were planning on putting a movie as well. Got removed from the slate. So that's an interesting little thing. What's your favorite A Time Lord reveals themselves moment in Doctor Who? Mine is the 12th Hello Sweetie, or the Master in Spy Masters scene with the 13th. Not sure which I like more. The 12th reveal with Missy, I think it goes real hard. But I also really like the Master's reveal with the fob watch with Tennant. I thought that was really well handled because it was a slow build. It was like I don't know. I really, really like that. But Spy Master was also really good. But I think I got a soft spot for the Tennant reveal for the Master. But I also Missy though. Missy is a full-on vibe, and I thought Sasha Dalman did a really good job. Jezzy not ready for the finale tomorrow. So true. I think I know where we're ending, but we're cramming a lot into the next episode. If it ends where I think we're ending. What's up, Summer? Hola from the West Coast. Still thinking of Andor and the ending of Expedition 33 and how well they parallel themselves of inheritance and fighting for the next generation. I still don't know shit about Expedition 33. I watched the original trailer when they came out. I don't remember anything that was in it other than like a little bit of the gameplay, but people are talking so much love for that game. Hopefully I'll have time to catch it one of these days and put some time into it, because I'm curious what all the hubbub is about. Is that a wee lass that I see? I do. Look at that. Look who we got here. How are you doing? Hope all is well and you've recovered from level up. Recovered? Financially, not yet. Considering, wait, no. Level Up was my last convention that month. So yes, I've still not recovered, man. 3 conventions in a 1 month span was fiscally irresponsible. But I'm doing well in all other facets. I miss it though. I miss it so much still. I still have the lament. What other 3? So it was like the tail end of March, I think the 28th, that weekend, I went to GalaxyCon Richmond. 2 weeks later, it was like every other weekend, pretty much. Like, that's exactly how it went up. I had a week off and then a week on. So there was GalaxyCon Richmond the weekend of March 28th, I think it was. And then off a week. And then 2 weeks later, I went to Chicago to C2E2 to see all of Critical Role. And see their live show and all of that. And then off a week. That was probably the most expensive trip out of all of it. Well, I would say, because I got booked most of Level Up well in advance, and that wasn't the case for that trip. So it was a little pricier getting all that. But then 2 weeks later, Level Up. Honestly, I think Level Up might have been the one I spent the least at this time. Really helped being right across the street, given the hotel was not cheap by any stretch. But yeah, I need to recover so bad right now. But I had so much fun, and I'm so glad I got to meet you guys. That was like the one thing I was looking forward to, because, you know, I was still too new last time to really be aware of everything when I went last year. Because if I remember right, you guys were there as well. But I think I only had heard of Morgan by that point, and that was just because of the drama that was going on, because I heard about all of that, all the TikTok bullshit. So like, I was aware of Morgan at the time, but I didn't put two and two together or anything of the sort to like, oh, we're in the same place or anything like that. But like, once I got back, and I was like, oh shit, because then I started finding all your guys' stuff and then going down those rabbit holes, and then I was like, all right, I think they're going this year. I need to find them. I wanna say hello, because now I know. It was so lovely meeting you. Oh, thank you. Hopefully I was not too much of an awkward bear, but it was so much fun. It was so much fun. Busier than last year for sure, by a large stretch. It's a lot harder to navigate. I did not get to explore nearly as much as I would have loved to, but thankfully, for the most part, I did get all the things I wanted to do done, but then I didn't get to. I mean, it probably was for the best that I didn't get to shop or poke around on all the stands and vendors and stuff like that, because it probably would have been worse off for me in the end. Because right now I'm in a hot spot of having to try to save up for a new house. I'm currently renting, but I've got too many cats at this point, so I need a larger and more permanent solution, so that if my landlord ever finds out, that I don't just immediately get kicked out. Anyway, a little bit of a dump there. You were brilliant. And yes, Morgan drama was a lot. Yeah, that was some dumb shit. But I'm glad everybody made it out on the other side of it all well enough. But yes, we need to chat. We need to talk. I've been really bad about my messages as of late, but I would love to hang out. And I think Morgan fronted playing some repo at some time, which would be, I have no idea what that even is, but I'll play games. I video game. I can figure it out. It might be crazy, but yes, you need to add me on Discord. I will, if I haven't already. No, okay, yeah, I will. I'll double check that later. I know I got Morgan on there right now. But just Omni Media, like on everything. So if you want to shoot me one, that would help me out a lot. Because I mean, it's a stupid ass name to begin with, but I got it everywhere. And that's how we derail Omni for 20 minutes of the stream. How behind will I be today? I mean, that's a happy little surprise. I love when people pop in like that, man. Thank you so much. What are you guys doing? Are you still hanging out over here, or have you gone back home or whatnot? Because I know I've seen you pop up quite a bit in a lot of Elijah's videos as of late. But then again, I don't know, like a lot of that's probably pre-recorded, because I think we talked about some of those at level up. You're back at Scotland now. Aw, the heartbreak. The heartbreak. I've done long distance. I've done another country. I haven't done across an ocean though, so I have to commend the hell out of that. My little import excursion only took me to Canada. Still West Coast, but way simpler. But you guys are fucking adorable. Where was I? What was the last thing I read? I think we were talking about Expedition 33. If you went to Canada, did you meet Canada Grefs? That was before I did any of this and knew any of these people. I think that was that would have been 4 or 5 years before I made a channel. So I definitely would not have been aware of Canada Grafs at that time. What's up, putting the buy in, big nerd? How are you? First time catching a stream. What's up, Jeremy? But have been loving the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. content. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. We're approaching the end. This is the last full season, right? I think. Well, there's cheap direct flights from Ireland to Boston, so it's not that far from Scotland to get to the US. But then you have to do all the redirects if you're not in Boston. Then there's all the redirects, and that's where it gets even more messy. But that's good to know if there's some cheaper flights. To be fair, that's also not Scotland, in Ireland. But anyway, you know the point. Sorry, I got distracted again. I haven't said this before. I'm gonna watch some reaction viewers for TV shows I've personally not watched, like Heartstopper, The Owl House, Doctor Who, One Piece, anime. For shame. This is not a market substitute. But I'm glad you're, hey, I'll happily accept that engagement and those views though. And sometimes if you're on the fence about some things or whatever, I've done the same. We're like, oh, let's test the waters a little bit and we'll see like see if I got like the reaction or whatever. So I get it. I get it. I just gotta give you shit for a little bit. I wonder why it's only 7 episodes this season of The Last of Us. I think mostly just so that it ends on an understandable story point. Because given as much as they have kind of sped run a lot of the Ellie stuff in Seattle, and will be, assuming based on what we have left, if they dragged it out anymore, it wouldn't be a natural storytelling stopping point for the transition that is coming. So that's probably why it's 7, because they said season 3 will likely have more episodes. Yesterday I watched the new Fear Street movie. There's been no marketing for that thing because I only remembered it existed when I was looking through the media center the other day and just saw it on the list of things that are coming out. I've got no hype for it, no interest really. I don't know. Was it any good? In Heartstopper, what your favorite episode or moment of season 2? Immediately the first thing that comes to mind is the Farouk and Ajayi thing. Just those two and all their cute moments, but the culmination of that in Paris was chef's kiss. Was so good. And then the prom thing, even better. Even better. Escalating it beyond a hookup to something meaningful, because even Farouk was like afraid kinda, I guess, that was the case, that was all it was. And I love that they kind of pushed through that. That was beautiful. But there's so many great moments in that season though, but that one was the first thing that came to mind. What's up, 10K? Just got done with hold up. Where was this? This might have been a deleted one, because I think you deleted one. No, this is it. Okay. Just got done with The Wood. I thought I'd check in and see what you were up to, and have two things to ask. One, how do you feel about King being a Titan? Waiting on that one, huh? I mean, I knew there had to be some kind of revelation about it, but him being a Titan was not in the cards at all. For a second, I thought maybe his family is who killed the Titan based on the mural we got, but now we have new context for that. Again, I don't understand why that would be the trappers in that mural, but they were inside this protective barrier and that mural was in here. Questions about that, but that's even better than what I had been thinking. I really enjoyed that. And two, is it I just realized that King in for a growth spurt and that he was living on his dad's dead body. Oh, is that a spoiler? Or is that one of those things that they didn't get to explore? I hope that was one of those things that it got confirmed later. And I threw it out there as a speculation, but we're almost at the end of this season and there's only 3 episodes in season 3, and I know that the backstory stuff with the brothers, I've been told that didn't get to be explored and fleshed out. And I hope that this wasn't a reveal that was coming. I mean, obviously by this point, his dad is likely dead somewhere, but that's just, ouch. I'm a bit concerned the Avengers Secret Wars is now releasing on the same day as the new Lord of the Rings Hunt for Gollum movie. I wouldn't be that worried because, I mean, right now, Lord of the Rings doesn't have a huge, lovely taste in people's mouths with how the Hobbit trilogy went, then the Gollum games, and then this War of the Roaring movie that came out. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, though, there's names that are coming in. There's people and familiar faces that we're going to see. There might be that kind of a pull, but I would be shocked if Avengers didn't still do better. Casual conversation in the chat. There is some of that for sure. Have many other shows I'm more interested in watching, so it's good that I'm watching these shows with you. Fair enough, but you show some support to some of them as well. It's not a market stuff to do, or at least keep that to yourself. You don't want the copyright people hearing. But no, it's all good. All good. Am I planning on watching Murderbot? It is currently not in the cards. What are your drink tonight? It is, I always forget the branding for it because I already fucking forget. Always get the names mixed up. Wild Turkey American Honey, is that what it is? Or is it my usual? I never remember. American Honey, Wild Turkey. Thank you. Always the words get mixed up in my head. Let's see. Here we are. Yeah, I was putting up the full length and I saw your edit was already up. Damn, that was fast. I just tried, man. I just tried to get it as quick as I could. I was late to recording it because I was just too tired, so I just went to sleep. I stayed in bed a little bit longer than I had originally planned, but that was also because I didn't go to sleep until much later than I originally planned, so it worked out in the end. I got it out by one of my usual release spots, noon, so that worked out in the end. Gotten pretty snappy, but it was a kind of a difficult one to edit around too, so I got it up. It took two versions to get approved. Have you considered checking out Epic the Musical? It has been requested. It has been brought up, suggested quite a few times. I've looked at it, and I've said this before. The animatic aspect of it, like I bump into an issue with it. I might give it a try one of these days. But right now, like from the little bit I did watch, knowing it's a musical, knowing the story of it and all this kind of stuff. Well, I mean, I know the story of it, but you know, I didn't listen to any of it, but I did watch it. And I was like, I don't know. I bump into the animatic aspect of it, but a lot of people are able to push through that. So it might just be one of those things like with Murder Drones, where I just need to sit down, do it, and once I give myself into it, I'll get through that hurdle. But right now, I don't have it in the cards, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. What's up, Nico? First time catching up with you in months. Cost is me being awake at 4 a.m. Oh, the cost. Well, don't let it burn you out too much. Sleep is important. I know that all too well. To hear the actor who played Joel's dad, can't remember his name. Are you serious? Oh, whoa, sorry, Joel's dad. For some reason, when I thought you said, yeah, my brain was like, I read that. I mean, I read it the way you said it, but in my brain, I interpreted it as you didn't know Joel's actor's name, Joel's dad's name. Brain stupid sometimes. But Tony Dalton was so good in that scene that Neil Druckmann cast him in Intergalactic. I mean, he's been fantastic, man, and the whole Miller family, save for Sarah, is in the Marvel universe in some way. Tommy's Ghost Rider, Joel's Mr. Fantastic, their dad is the swordsman in Hawkeye and in Daredevil Born Again. So the whole family's in Marvel at the moment, so I'm not surprised. But he's fantastic, man. If you want to see him play a villain, if you have not watched Better Call Saul, his portrayal of Lalo Salamanca is one of the best villains on TV, man. He's so fucking good. Anyway. Yeah, a little side tangent. Not the Helluva songs in the background. I just have You Will Be Okay. It's a lo-fi mix, sped up a little bit for flavor. And, but yeah, I just have it on a loop. Can't believe one of my favorite shows got canceled. The Wheel of Time was so good, and the acting was top tier. They canceled it because of the budget. I think it was the budget, and I think it was the viewership. Because I've heard that the first 2 seasons were really rocky, but then people were really getting hyped up for season 3. And then I saw a lot of people, once the news came out, being like, well, should have followed the books, or you waited way too long to follow the books. I don't know shit about the books, but I'll tell you, that first trailer was ass for season 1, because I could not have cared less from that first trailer that I saw. But the word of mouth, like you said, like everybody said, the show just kind of got better, but I missed that train because of the marketing, because of that initial effort, and well, now I've got no motivation because the story is not complete. So like, unless it gets picked up elsewhere and they get, you know, somebody else decides to pick up the show and finish it. Plus the show's expensive too for the visuals and whatnot. But I've heard season 3 was really good, but it was one of those situations where I think like they could never recover from the initial lack of viewership or whatever, or friction with the story and subject matter and the fans and whatever. So we've seen that with other shows, some that we've watched even, where rocky start, found their footing, and then got canceled because even though they found themselves, the audience never grew or came back. So it sucks though for everybody that loved it though. I feel bad for it because I just hate being in that spot. I want to sleep, so I be here not for long. Hey, however long you can hold out, but sleep is way more important than little old me. I wish I could do a time where it just works out for everybody, but there's not really a reasonable way to hit that sweet spot for all time zones, sadly. I'll be playing the Resident Evil 2 remake, by the way, not the original. Oh yeah, the remakes I've all 100%ed. They're so much fun. Do you think all of the O players deserve to die at this point? I wouldn't say all of them, but a vast majority probably. What's up, Angry Pabu? How are you? Found your channel recently and I'm enjoying your reactions. Well, thank you. I'm glad you are enjoying, and I love I love your angry little Pabu icon too to go with it. We'll be having more Avatar in 2026, right? I think 2026. Is the Resident Evil movie the first game? The one with Mila Jovovich? Hell no. That entire line of films has nothing to do with the games at all. They pull in characters from the games, but in the worst ways possible. Now, Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, that movie tries to adapt the first and second game in the same movie and fails at any of it. Well, the stuff in the mansion, which is the first game, the stuff with Chris and their whole team with him, Jill, Wesker, all that, that was probably one of the better aspects of that movie. One of the more accurate aspects of that movie. But that movie's still also ass. But that's the closest to the actual story we got. We're getting another, someone's making another attempt at it though. There's another one coming that's supposed to adapt the games again, but we'll see. Heard a rumor that we might be getting a Resident Evil 9 reveal this year. Fuck yeah, let's do it, man. I'm going to be interested in where they go from here, though. Obviously, with the stuff with, well, I don't know, based on what we saw at the end, is Ethan dead? I don't know. Or are we going to follow with Rose, which I wouldn't be opposed to, but I'm sure the fan base as a whole would not be up for that. Are we going to follow Chris? Are we going to put it in between? Is it going to be another remake? Or where do we go from the end of 8? I'm not sure. Agreed about the Resident Evil opinion. Thank you. Love validation. And you're right, the second Blood and Honey movie was a massive improvement. I was shocked. I've heard that from a lot of people that saw that too. This channel is one of my favorite reaction channels. Well, thank you, Adriana. Thank you so much. Did anyone here watch Crossfire Bullet Rain pilot? It was amazing. It's becoming popular, maybe because Gilded Guy, so go and watch it. Never heard of this. This is the first I've heard of it. I have no idea what that would even be about. A bit of the same Omni where I want to play RE1. Please do a remaster, Capcom. Hell, okay, it's aside from the tank controls, which it's super dated, it still looks really good. The first, like, even if you play the one from the early 2000s, that remaster of 1 is still solid. I think it's still a really damn good remake and worth the play. Because there's even things that got cut from the original game that they got to put back into it as well. So if you have the time, it's worth a play. It's just going to be a big old shift because, I mean, to be fair, all of the games up like 1, 2, 3, Veronica, 4 was the first one to change the control scheme to something a little more modern. So that remake, I can't remember if it came out before 4 or around the same time or after, but it was one of the, it got slapped with the same control scheme, so that's the only unfortunate part. Heard Resident Evil 5 was also pretty good. There's a lot of controversy around Resident Evil 5, but I enjoyed it. It's co-op, so you can also play with a buddy or a friend or AI. It's built around it, like a computer partner just controls the other character. It's a lot of fun. 5 is a lot of fun. I have honestly, I'll be real, I have never fully finished 6 myself. I think 6 is arguably probably the most ill-regarded in the franchise. It's also the most off the rails. I still have never actually played it all firsthand myself. I know how it goes, I know the story. I've watched as much of it as I could, but I've just never really been, I've never been able to sit down and make myself play it all. I have a friend who does chores with no music on, and it seems like blasphemy. How are you going to clean without a soundtrack? Just unnatural. Do you need music to do stuff? I just need background noise. I just need something. Like if I don't have like a podcast, a stream, or just something playing on, I'll feel a little out of place. But I don't always just have music on. though. A lot of the time that's for a drive, but even like when I'm driving now, a lot of that is just a podcast, a D&D game, Critical Role, something like that. That's usually what I'm listening to when I'm driving these days, even. But I'll get into a groove where I need to get in the car and start belting out my little opera jams. I put on my own little car concerts. That happens pretty frequently still, though. Haven't heard anything on Gen V Season 2. Still waiting on that first trailer. I forgot about that. That's supposed to be coming out this year too, right? If I remember correctly. There's a rumor that SECC this year we could get a Doctor Strange 3 reveal that releases in between Doomsday and Secret Wars. That would be interesting. Actually glad it's getting delayed, so now Spider-Man movie and Fantastic Four can have time to breathe. Right, because I think Spider-Man was going to be coming out between them originally. But now I think it's going to be coming out before, if I remember right. I think that Vision Quest show is still happening, I hope. As far as we know, it's still happening. Hey, Stixie, it's been a while. It's been like 4 years since I first tuned in, and it's crazy because I'm graduating high school on Wednesday. Congratulations. Also, Avengers 5 coming out on my birthday, 18th of December is probably the best gift ever. Well, what a little birthday for you. Let's see. Will you watch Indie Cross animated series? Because it was amazing. I think you might recognize many of the characters. And of course, Michael Kovac is there. I'll just have to look into it because I have not heard of it. I still need to watch Amazing Digital Circus. I still need to see what this Gaslight District thing is, and then go from there. I'm so behind on all of that shit at the moment. What's up, Nick? Just finished my last day of a 4 on shift today, and I'm shattered. Saw you did a rewatch of Rogue One after Andor, and was wondering if this means you'd be open to doing a rewatch or commentary of Lord of the Rings films. I know you said in the past you're not sure if that's what subs would want, but I'm also assuming, you know, Andor. Well, Andor was a little bit of a different situation. Rewatch World Rings, say the past you're not sure, but the subs want to watch it, assuming the Andor rewatch has done well. It did pretty well, surprisingly enough. But I think it's because a lot of people were watching it, because now, unlike with the Lord of the Rings films, which I've rewatched 1,000 times, I've only seen Andor the one time in theaters in full, which is almost 10 years ago. And now we have a show that gives so much new context to it that it reframes so much of the movie. So it's almost a brand new experience. That's why I think Andor really works, and I'm a little apprehensive still about other films, because there hasn't been a Lord of the Rings movie that recontextualizes all of the other Lord of the Rings movies. So it's hard to say. Andor is a special situation, but it has made me want to consider doing other movies I have done before, because it's not like I didn't remember the whole film or anything like that, but we also had new information, new character motivations, new links and ties to things that Andor discussed or set up that were not in there before. So yeah, I don't know. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Now the Secret Wars is at the end of 2027. Mutant Saga will start off strong in 2028, kicking off the next 10 years. We will hope. Yeah, my favorite master reveal is either Professor Yana or the Spy Master, just jaw-dropping. I really love the build-up, especially because of how sweet Yana was to that turn when he activates the Master within. And it's so good. It's so chilling. So chilling. Also, I don't know if she's still here. If you guys are not watching WeLast, watch WeLast. Watch all of those folks, man. Elijah, Morgan, and her. Fantastic little channels, dude. I love them so much. They're just great people, too. For real. What's up, Lindsay? How are you doing? Haven't seen the trailer yet for Weapons. I have not. I still have not. Still have not. Still here. Oh, thanks so much for the plug. Anyway. But no thanks needed, man. You guys are fucking fantastic. And you guys, I mean, half the people in here, I'm sure with the crossover we have, probably are already in your circles. But if there's not, if there's nobody else, I will send them. I will send them waving the banners. We'll invade. I'm in a mood today, man. And I've still barely even touched this. Do you or anyone in the chat have any advice for me? A YouTuber is cyberbullying me, and I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't even know how you would approach that situation. I mean, obviously you could block the YouTuber, but that doesn't really stop their audience coming in droves. I don't know how bad it is. I don't know what you did to poke a bear, or the situation at hand, or how to deal with it. And that's the hard thing about all of that, because then it becomes like a wave, and it's like you can never really like filter through so much of it. I don't know if anybody else has anything for Hero here. Chime in. I'm not even sure how to handle that, to be honest. You need to join the Skittle Squad. I'm not skittly enough for the Skittle Squad, am I? But I would happily play. It could be that the stank ass flavor that everybody picks out of the pack that no one wants to eat. They put it all on the side. You're an ally. Aw, you guys are so sweet. But yes, we definitely need to play. Definitely down. I will make time. So if you guys are ever in the mood to throw down, yeah, I'll carve out that time. I prioritize interactions and socialization more than I prioritize the channel sometimes. So I'll go with that. Whether it's previewed or whatever, I'll just, if the opportunity arises to hang out with other people in this sphere, I will definitely take that. Doing good today, Zebra. Definitely hope we get a Doctor Strange 3, because after that cliffhanger, I hope we get to see the dynamic between Strange and Clea. I do too, and I hope that's not one of the many cliffhangers or post-credit scenes that just kind of get thrown away into the shadows. Valid, same. It's nice to surround ourselves with similar people. Keeps us sane. Yes, because you guys understand the struggle. And there's very few people that I have to talk about all that shit with too. Also, this was something I was thinking about doing before, or it was somewhat around when full moon and all that was going on. Was I had the thought in the back of my head around like creating like a round table for Helluverse stuff, like to kind of talk about all the shit we just got traumatized by. And I was like, oh, who would I include in that? And obviously you guys are at the top of the list, but then I was just like, I'm too timid over here to have engaged any of you guys around that point. So I was like, I just let that thought float away. So there you go. Put that on the table, because I think that'd be really cool. Hell of a postscript. But yes, I second this hardcore, Jazzy. I really hope something comes of that, and I would be shocked if nothing does, considering with everything that else is going on right now. See, we got one of yours right here. Hell yeah. Do it. Morgan has a discount for it. Discord for it, I think. We could do a group chat in Discord too, to emotionally dump. Trauma dump! Yay! Hell yeah. Is it, because I was invited for a Helluverse Reactor charity stream at one point with what was it? Shit. Hold up. I still have it on here. Who was it? I can't remember. Super Raccoon Mario Raccoon guy? I don't remember his channel name, damn it. Anyway, I wonder if that's the one you're talking about, or if you guys have your own. Either way, we'll figure it out. What's up, Darth Skynet? That's a sick name. A little blending of fandoms right there. Just watch your reaction to the latest Doctor Who episode. I gotta tell you, that episode was wild. I was lost till that name drop. Next week's gonna be insane. Wild, rather. I will use your word. I'm gonna say insane. I don't know how we wrap it all up next week. I really don't. And it's not greenlit for another season yet, which is kind of the scary part, but we will see what happens, because with that the Omega reveal, the fact, again, I talked about this in my video, they did this whole rebrand to like make a new jumping on point for people that aren't familiar with the bajillion years of Doctor Who history. And then here we are in season 2, where 90% of it hinges on you being familiar with Doctor Who history, especially the Ronnie, Omega, Mel, Susan, all these things that are coming back, and some things that haven't been back at all. Actually, all of these things, none of these things have come back since the original classic Who run. Maybe that's why, I don't know. It's fucking wild. I don't know how we're gonna wrap it up, or where we're gonna be left at the end of this season, because I'd be shocked we conclude it all. Now, that was the fundraiser a few of us did earlier this year. A lot of fun. Should join it next year. I added you on Discord so we can chat more after your stream. Okay, hell yes. Okay. Yeah, because I was invited on for a different one, because I saw that you guys were invited on with them. It was like a month, 2 months ago. Time is a construct I can't keep up with anymore. Recently, somewhat recently, I saw you guys were all kind of over there, invited over with them and played something. But I think they invited me onto their thing, like it was like last year at some point. I just noticed that you guys were all in that Discord, because I'm still in that Discord from that one little event. So if you guys have your own, however, to keep it all nice, neat, and clean and trackable, that make things a little bit easier. But yes, we will talk after this for sure. What's up, Ghostblade? Hope your con runs were amazing, and I'm really glad you enjoyed the G8 filler. It's my favorite one in a lot. Solely calls the Commander Dude. Dude, the Commander Dude is a great... I heard somebody say that he's like such a fan favorite character that they brought him back in subsequent canon episodes. Maybe not with voices or whatever, but brought it back as like a reference or a background character or something. That's fucking cool. But yeah, I really, really like his vibe. And I like the pace of this so far. It's also, from what I've seen in my planning, one of the longest arcs, or longest filler arcs specifically. It's 11 episodes. And the way they built up to this was really, really, I don't know, I like the slow burn of it all. And this Jonathan dude, I really, really dig his vibe right now. Asked this here because Omni is a nice person. Oh, thank you. I wish I had more to tell you. One of my roommates is now playing South of Midnight, and I'm enjoying the storytelling there, as well as the animation of it is so old school look, and has a lot of amazing details. No idea what that is, but that's cool. Sounds cool. Hopeful that is the thing that you might convince you to do the Lord of the Rings channel. Oh, there's a third one to this. I apologize. Also, apologies for screwing up the chat's comments twice. Fat things and very tired. Did you mean to put fingers? Was that another autocorrect failure there? All good. All good. All good. We made it to the end anyway. Still think putting all the flashbacks in the last six in Last of Us episode 6 was a bad move, since we could have had Pedro stick around in season 3 and 4 if they created new flashbacks original to the show. I agree. I think it would have flowed a little bit better to have parsed them out like you did in the game, to give context to the moments as they were happening or about to happen. I like the new things that they added, and I do like in concept the idea of just a flashback episode and the way they did it, just year 1, 2, 3, 4 until we're caught up. I get it conceptually, but it also would have helped with the transition and maybe even twisted the knife even more throughout the journey, is seeing him sprinkled in to help ease people out of his absence, you know? Just kind of a thought, I guess. But I understand what they did with the way they did it, but I do think it may have been a little more effective to just have not fucked it up the way they did, or not moved it the way they did. All of Critical Role, that's amazing. That's crazy. It was wild. It large in part, a lot of that happened because Travis was a fan of the channel. So that was a huge help in getting a lot of that done. I was going to go regardless, but I didn't know how C2E2 operated, and I was a little ill prepared, but thankfully I made it through all of that. But it was so much fun, and going to see them live. If I could, I would go to every single one of those fucking lives. That was so much fun, and I was stupid tired. I think I was running on 23. I think I was on hour 23 of being awake that day, and I still made it through that whole thing. And it was just so much fun watching that, like, and the insanity that ensued. And now it's finally up. You can actually watch it because those events on a delay eventually do come out, and the production behind it was fascinating. To see an entire like concert hall stadium filled with critters was so mind-boggling. You couldn't convince me that people would nearly sell out a venue like that to watch people play D&D. That is bananas. But it was so much fun. Thankfully though, they do air them, so it will be out to watch and consume. And hell, they're putting them in theaters. So if you have a Fathoms affiliated theater, which thankfully I do, some of them you'll be able to watch Critical Role in the theater, which is insane. But yes, they were all so fucking nice. I got them all to sign my personal dice tray, as well as the full collection of Funkos that I have. The original Vox Machina Funko run, and the original campaign setting book for Taldore. Like the old one, not Reborn, but the old one. So much fun, man. And I'm still hoping the offer is extended. There's been talks, but obviously the life being the way it is, I don't know how things are gonna go, but they're hoping that we might get to have some chit chats with a couple of them here at some point, maybe, hopefully. We'll see. I don't want to get my hopes up too much though, man. Oh, Lily Chan is here, and guess what, gang? This time she didn't specify the cats. This one's mine. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding, but thank you so much. You are basically an executive producer of this show at this point. Good God. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good weekend, and I am indeed doing well today. And I am so fucking behind, man. Oh my God. How? Oh my goodness. Where was I? Where was this? Yeah, okay. Oh my God, dude. I am fucking almost I'm 45 minutes behind on the chat. So if you're wondering why I haven't answered or read your message, that's why. I'll be there sometime. Let's see. With that being said, I still loved The Last of Us last week. It was emotional. Agreed. I'm very mixed and torn on it, but I think with what they did, it worked. But yeah, I think we're in the very similar boat. Also, to answer your question, sub or dub, honestly, if it's easier for editing, then I would say go for it. Plus, having watched it all dubbed, my personal opinion is that the emotional scenes hit just as hard. Dude, I put that out there, and hell, engagement was pretty high on that video. People were like, dude, don't do it. But then there was like the occasional people that was like, it's fine. People are over. I know some people are like, if you switch to dub, I'm not to be rude. I can't watch your videos anymore. So I don't know, man. I don't know. So how many fan events or Comic-Cons does Omni Media go to? It depends. because usually, like, I had, this would be the first year I'm skipping GalaxyCon Raleigh just because I need to save some money. So I'm not going to that. I will be going to GalaxyCon Animate. I think when is that? July? Mid-June? I can't remember. I'm going to that because that's just a 2-hour drive up and back. I can do that willy-nilly with no hotel or nothing. So I'm doing that. But then I don't have anything planned except for PeachCon. I'm going to try to drive up for PeachCon and hang out with the Previewed Boys for their little Saturday night event in July. That's a plan. I'll be driving up, staying overnight, and driving home. Oh, you guys are going to Animate Columbus? The Columbus one? Then I will be there. I will see you guys. Hell yeah. Let's do it. I gotta get that Christian Borle autograph for my fucking vinyl. I'm glad I didn't book the tickets for it because I was thinking about driving up to Philly for Animate there because Jeremy Jordan was going to be there, but then he canceled, so I'm glad I didn't do that. Oh no, I thought you meant the Orlando one. Boo. Damn. Shit. We do have a direct flight to Orlando, so I did look at that, but I don't know. I need to find Jeremy Jordan. That's my... Well, there's still plenty of people I need to cross off this list, but I need Jeremy. I need to figure out where he's going to be. I'm still crossing my fingers he'll come to Columbus in December, because they still... I mean, that's still half a year away, and that guest list is so small. So small. I need to figure this out. But yeah, that's my white whale right now. This year is to figure out where the fuck he's going to be. Yeah, Orlando's got a lot of the Hella crew. I can't remember if there's anybody there I need other than Christian. I think Jessica Voska's there, who I also need. Let's take a peek. And this is another reason why I get behind on these things. I go on these tangents. I've never gone to an Animate before. Like, I go to Richmond GalaxyCon, Raleigh GalaxyCon, and the Columbus GalaxyCon. I've never gone to an Animate. Who we got? Oh, Robbie's gonna be there. Damn it. So we got Brandon, Christina, Lily, Bryce, Richard, Jessica, Blake, Daphne, Joel, Amir, Christian. Okay, so Christian is at least still on board for one of the ones I am going to. So I got that one covered. Jessica's the only one on here I need to figure out as well. Everybody else, I've probably pestered way too much at this point. But there is Robbie Damon. He's another person I need to catch. One day, man. Too many places. But GalaxyCon, Richmond, Columbus, and Raleigh, I typically will go to. Because they're within decent driving distance. But this year I'm not going to Raleigh because this year I went to Level Up, which I've been doing every year for the last 2 years. So that's not really every year, but I've been going. I'm probably going to throw C2E2 into the rotation because that was a lot of fun, except this time I will prep with more than a month in advance. And then I'm looking at some other ones I'd be interested in going to, but those are right now the main ones, is those GalaxyCons and then Level Up and C2E2. I will Level Up is currently in the rotation, C2E2 is entering the rotation, and I'm open to others should I be in a position where I can financially go, because I just love going to all these places because I meet a lot of people that watch the channel, and that's so much fun, and honestly as fun as meeting a lot of the other people that I'm there to see. Anyway, welcome to being even more behind. Hi. Let's see. Bye, I'm sleepy now. Well, get some rest, Nico. You are probably well past gone at this point, though. Hello there. It's Morbin time. What's up, Sketch? If you do switch to dub, I suggest continuing G8 in subbed as well as the next small arc, and then go into Water 7 dub, because that's where the grand entrance into a new story is. So my current plan, if I were to switch, which I'm hesitating about at this point, given the reaction to that whole proposal, was that my counterpoint to that too is a lot of people who are currently watching are kind of complaining about the switch, but the hope would be too that it might bring more people in that only watch the dub. It's also easier to watch a reaction without also having to read subtitles, which I understand. Anyway, but I was planning on finishing what is classified as the Skypia Island arc in Crunchyroll, because that ends with the end of G8, I think. So, whatever. We'll see. I only barely heard about the Morgan drama. Still don't fully understand what happened. The person got emotional over an emotional thing, and people were like, "Oh, person has emotions? Ew." And then people with no lives or source of happiness in their own decides to compound and harass somebody for enjoying a piece of content and having an emotional response to said content, which, God forbid, my little bitch ass cries all the damn time. And I even get, God, and it's annoying too though, because I don't cry literally in every video, but like, God, I get a little irritated. I see a comment every now and then. I was like, "Oh, shocker, he's crying in this one." Well, fuck you. I feel things because I'm not some bottled up tightwad that probably beats everybody in his life. Sorry. I express my emotions. I feel them. Whatever. I'm in a mood. Can't wait to see his return in Doctor Who next week. If you know, you know. It's going to be a wild episode. I am excited. So many major players coming back here, man. I was hoping to see Ellie jump off the dinosaur like in the game, as well as the Jurassic Park references. Probably couldn't get away with that, given the rights and all of that, but I like what they did. They did it fine enough. If you consider checking out Epic the Musical, we talked about that earlier. Currently no plans to do so, but I would definitely consider it at least. I just have an issue with animatics, man, and watching them as the finished product. Not so sure if you know this, but Devil May Cry isn't the only Capcom property that got an anime. Onimusha got an anime as well, and it's written and directed by Takashi Miike. Right, but that's a proper anime, right? Because like that's not linked to the other studios that worked on DMC and stuff like that. That's a proper anime production, to my understanding. But yeah, no, I did know about that. I'm not a huge Onimusha guy, but does bode well. So I don't know if they're going to cross everything over like it seems like, but who knows? So ironic that Pedro Pascal was in a space museum with Ellie, considering he will be going to space in Fantastic Four, living Ellie's dream. That is an interesting connection I definitely did not make. That's cool. I did not think about that. Just a lucky young man knowing one of my all-time favorite Disney movies, Zootopia, is alive and well after almost a decade. I did really like the first movie a lot, so it's interesting to see what happens with that. In case you don't know who Takashi Miike is, it's the best way I've heard him described is that he's essentially the Japanese equivalent to Quentin Tarantino. Now that's an interesting description. Now I'm really curious to see their work. I went to Cannon Grass. We commented on that one earlier. Just got done watching episode 1, and holy heck, the animation and fight scenes are incredible. Let's see. Have you seen the Superman toy commercial? I have not. They have the Kaiji from the trailer as a toy. Kaiju, I think you mean, as a toy. It reminds me back when 2000s, the commercials of the Power Rangers toys, they used to show up in breaks. You know, I have not kept up with any of that stuff. Well, the cheap direct flights from the hour, we talked about that. Same, I found this channel from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, welcome. Was looking for people talking about the show. I mean, it comes up. I talk about whatever you guys talk about. So that's how this works. You drive. I am just really behind right now in the messages. Season 6 and 7 are 13 episodes for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, so I was correct. This is the last 20-something episode season. If I could, I would have loved to get Omni and Canadagraphs on a stream together. We have. I have been on streams with Canadagraphs, since both of them are awesome. Never on my channel. I mean, especially whenever we were covering a lot of DC TV stuff, he frequented our chat and our live streams a lot. But yeah, I've been in a lot of chats with streams with him and over on Chainsaw's whole council creators spiel. Well, Ireland, Scotland, close enough. Also, speaking of DMC, went ahead and rewatched it 2 extra times to study the writing, and 2 to see how well it adapts the world and the characters of DMC. Hell yeah, doing your research. If I remember correctly, the season 5 aim shows the start of the show trying to branch away from the behind-the-scenes Marvel movies. Okay. Let's see. So question for Invincible. Has the Immortal ever won a fight? Not that I'm aware of. And this is a good little... This is exactly going to what I was talking about before. There's a new Fear Street movie? Apparently. How cool and random would it be if Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a crossover with the X-Files? That would be really cool, and honestly, it could happen. Both are now owned by the Big Mouse themselves, but I mean, early Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it has a very X-Files-y vibe. It definitely gets away from that as things get more fantastical, but it starts off pretty much essentially that same vibe. But if I could have a dream crossover with the X-Files, again, I've talked about this before because the timelines don't match up, so you'd have to change a couple of things, but X-Files and Stranger Things would go together so well. God damn it, I meant to say fat thumbs, not things. I assumed you tried to say fat fingers, which still works, technically. What's up, Ginger? Hope all is well. And your kitty, sorry I missed you last week, was watching Eurovision with the fam, as a lot of people seem to have been doing. I've only ever heard of it. I've never watched it or partaken. And we had a whole ass Doctor Who episode themed around that type of thing. And I was just like, that's neat. Now that you've seen it, how do you feel about making a full flashback episode in The Last of Us? We talked about that earlier. Long time no see. Big Ma, miss you. Your videos on a daily node. What's up, Vegas? Welcome back. Did I see the weapons trailer? Also talked about that last, just a little while ago. That's a big old nope still. What's up, Corrupted Daxus? How are you? Someone who appreciates and is studying writing, I have to say, as its own thing, as well as an adaptation of Devil May Cry on Netflix, is just bad. That's an opinion. Still making a Lord of the Rings movies. There's a new one coming out, I think next year, right? What's up, Vince? Watching my reactor circle slowly fall and watch RWBY is exciting so much. Can Elijah drag you in too? I keep getting requests for it, and I've said the same thing before. Like, my desire was rooted in my being a fan of Monty Oum. That's what drew me in initially, and I didn't finish season 1, but I did watch a lot of season 1 because I started it really late, and I just got so disheartened when he passed away that I just stopped. I lost all interest in watching because I was a huge fan of his stuff, like his Dead Fantasy videos, Haloid, all of that shit, long before he ended up over at Rooster Teeth. So I was just really shattered when that happened, because it was just, how it happened is just so scary and sad, because it was just a dumb fluke accident. That's it, in an operating room. A simple mistake cost him his life like that, and that terrifies me anytime I've gone under, especially since that. I was like, good God, please keep your shit on track. But yeah, I never went back into it. I can't remember how far I got though. I don't think it was. I think it was like halfway through the season, but yeah, and then just like I heard it just lost traction. This is just what I've heard about the show, is that the longer it went on, it just didn't maintain quality. But I don't know. I can't say for certain. I just know the main thing that drew me in was Monty, his style, his fighting choreography. But maybe I'll give it a chance one of these days to go back in there and see how it goes. And it's directed by Peter Jackson. I did not know that bit. I didn't know Peter Jackson was coming back to direct. Interesting. X-Files update. Have not watched episode 14 yet. And which one did I say that was? Oh yeah, right. I already remember. But loved 13 and 8. I saw what you meant about episode 9. Not a strong episode. Oh yeah. Especially the face. Like the guy. It doesn't hold up all that well. Like, I like the concept of it, but it's just one of those things where like it was a little slow. The execution's a little hokey, and sometimes the hokiness can work in its favor. But that episode, I've never skipped it, but if I ever wanted to, that is one of the ones I would definitely like. It's still not my least favorite episode, to be fair. But yeah. Out of season 1, probably the weakest episode. But yeah, 8, fantastic. Glad you loved it. And 13 is chef's kiss. Again, standout Brad Dourif performance as Luther Lee Boggs. That was so good. That made such an impression on me at the time. And still, like every time, man, that's one of my favorite episodes. I love a lot of the Scully-centric episodes, and really I always started off with that one for sure. Anyway, sorry. Side tangent with X-Files. Shocker. You may have answered this already, but did you see Thunderbolts? What did you think? I still haven't seen it. If you don't see a review for it up, I haven't seen it yet, unless it's Joker 2, which I don't have a review up, and I did see it, and I still have not put up a video for it. Who's your favorite character and least favorite character from Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel? Helluva Boss, favorite character, Moxie. Least favorite character, this might be cheating, but no. Who would I say? Mammon? Probably Mammon. But he's entertaining though, in a good way. Loopty Goopty. Fuck him. Get him out of here. Hazbin Hotel favorite is hands down, my boy Lucy. And least favorite, like even the nasty characters, like it's like you love to hate them. So it's like, who do I just not enjoy in any facet? It's hard to say because I enjoy so many of the characters. Damn it. I don't know. Sarah. Because she's just a bitch. Why not? Anyway. Avengers Doomsday is releasing same day as Dune Messiah. Do you think Dune will move? Probably. I would imagine so. Nick says, boo. David and Yolanda, I believe, have sworn off reacting to Universal movies because copyright. How are you with that? I still go in, but because I can win that dispute, and I usually do. I can't think of a time where I haven't won the dispute. The shitty thing is, most of the time, there's no escrow involved. So while you're in dispute, you can't make any revenue, and you won't make any revenue off of it. So the goal is to get the best prime cut out, so the bulk of the views will stay monetized for you. So when they come and their asshole in the copyright department comes and claims it later, you still get that revenue, and you're not hurt as bad. And then you can just fight the claim and get away with it. Them and Warner Brothers, I can almost always get away with. I've only failed a dispute once, and it was over Halo, of all things, with Paramount. Which baffles me. Haha, joke's on you, shit got canceled. Fuck you. Anyway, the trifecta of evil right there. Universal, Paramount, and Warner Brothers. But Warner Brothers, like, I don't know. They'll concede 99% of the time. I mean, legally, they have no ground to stand on, so. But with YouTube's system, it's hard to get around it. Who do you consider a mascot for Marvel? Spider-Man. I hope one of the Avengers teams fights the X-Men in Doomsday. Maybe. Who knows? Did you see Roman Reigns was cast as Akuma for Street Fighter movie? Thoughts? That's an interesting choice. Oh, I was thinking of somebody else. You know what? Never mind. I can kind of see that. I was thinking of somebody completely different. I can see it. Like the wrestler? I can see it. I don't know how if he can act, but I can see it. Like many of the big teams, people fight Doom with whatever this plot. So start next year, we'll get 2 DC films per year, depending on Superman's success, and 2 or 3 Marvel films per year. That is currently the hope and the expectation. Do you think MCU X-Men will get yellow spandex instead of black leather? I would think probably. I would imagine so with the way things have been trending right now. It's Marvel all out. It's Marvel all the characters beat the crap out of each other, then become friends. Pretty much. Come to the realization that I think DMC reboot might actually be better than the anime because they are so different both in design and world is easier for me to take as its own thing. That's your opinion. I still wholly disagree because at least one of them understands the characters correctly, and it's not the reboot. The reboot wholly massacres them to a point where it should have just been a different IP altogether. And I will die on that hill. You cannot convince me otherwise. Let's see. We'll be also getting 2 live action MCU shows, 2 anime shows, 2 DC shows. So a lot of comic book media will be getting a little bit less than now, but yes, quite a bit around the corner. You're epic, and my brain thinks 2013 movie epic. Yeah, no, not that one. Please, no. Do you think that Luna and Octavia will remain friends after everything has happened between her and Stolas in Christmas episode of Helluva Boss? I hope so, but it's not like we've seen them really keep in touch since that either. Like, they had a friendly moment, but I don't know if we could classifiably call them friends. But I don't know. I hope so, but we gotta wait and find out. The dad is the swordsman? That's where I know him from. Yes. I'm dividing my attention between listening to you and researching mycelium, the mushroom, manufacturing. Interesting little topic you got yourself diving into at the moment. Episode 8, Ice. Loved how there were some similarities with John Carpenter's The Thing. Same with episode 13. Some scenes reminded me of Silence of the Lambs. Love Brad Dourif. Yes. That episode is very Silence of the Lambs. There's another episode later that is also kind of inspired in the same vein. I would say that I would have leapt to when thinking about that, but it's all, well, it's a little different, very different of a scenario. So this one is probably more Silence of the Lambs now than thinking about it. But there's another episode down the line that's kind of similar to that, in that vein, where they have to consult somebody of, there's a few episodes where that kind of comes up, but I guess that's kind of common in these types of cases in general, right? Anyway, whatever. There's some fun stuff around the bend for sure. For me, like, it just keeps getting better. I think the show does. Especially as it's finding its footing. Season 2, and then 3, 4, and then 5, and then the movie, and then 6. Make sure, I know you're not there anywhere, but you have to watch the movie between 5 and 6. It literally, like, 6 starts at the end of the movie. So just a little heads up. I'll remind you later too, but anyway. Will we see the Swordsman return? Probably. More than likely, I would expect. Epic the Musical is amazing. The reason the animatics exist is they're fan-made ones, but the canon ones exist to provide key story details that aren't blatantly said, but obscurely insinuated to enjoy. Like the Ghost Rider portal he makes kind of looks like a Doctor Strange portal thing. He takes slightly longer to make. Very true. I was introduced to Tony Dalton on Better Call Saul. Loved him as Lalo. That was also my introduction to Tony Dalton. Yes, he was fantastic, dude. Yeah, the epic animatics are confusing. Usually it's best to have a recommended playlist. Yeah, no, it's not order that's the problem. It's just like the unfinishedness of them. Curious if the movie series Now You See Me has crossed your radar, the action magician movie. I've never seen it. It's been on my radar, but I've never seen any of them. So, yeah, who knows? Might be something to get into at some point. Any thoughts and theories for when he returns in Doctor Who next weekend? I posited this in the comments. I'm wondering if like with Sutek, because we also don't know, because he's the original Time Lord, which is also kind of questionable given what we know about the Time Lords now, especially. Well, like I also said, that's up for debate, depending on how you perceive what makes a Time Lord. But he's been imprisoned in this dimension for such a long time. And so I'm also like, with how long in the past he goes, I'm wondering if he's connected to the Pantheon gods at all, or if like Sutek, who became a Pantheon god over time by, spending so much time at the Time Vortex that he evolved and became a Pantheon member, if maybe something similar happened to Omega, or if simply because he's been unsuccessful at getting out of his prison, getting out of the Underverse, out of the antimatter dimension, never succeeded fully. And I'm wondering if like the Doctor's meddling with the reality gods is what has finally facilitated his release, and they're merely just a key to his prison. I don't know. I'm curious. But also, we learned that, or at least Mrs. Flood, Ronnie, called Thereby Generation, comparing it to a birth, like saying that she's like the Ronnie's mother. And there's this question the Doctor throws out the end, or not this question, the statement where he's like, no, Poppy's real. She's mine. I had a kid, or whatever the hell. So I'm wondering if the Doctor's spawn is really just another by generation. Because it feels weird to me to bring both those things up in the same episode, as well as Susan, and then to have Mrs. Flood say what she said to the Ronnie, if that's not going to come up. But anyway, we'll see. You can say Tony Dalton was playing a villain in The Last of Us as well, since he's an abusive dad to Joel and Tommy. Very true. Very true. Very true. Yeah, it sucks. Seeing Tony Dalton as Joel's father was a very nice surprise. Yes, it was. I hope Swordsman gets a purple suit. Right time for all time zones. Which time zone Omni Media is in? Eastern, US. How about we just pause time? Have I seen the new Conjuring 4 trailer yet? Yes. I just didn't react to it, but I have seen it. Ever watched Scrubs? I've never finished Scrubs, but I've watched up until we started to lose main cast members, but I've never actually finished Scrubs. But a revival, I've known about the revival since last year, because I went and saw, Dr. Cox. I can't remember his actor's name. John Riley, I think. I saw him at a panel at a different convention I went to, and he just confirmed it was happening. before all the reports picked up on it. So, yeah, more John C. Reilly. Thank you. Is that right? No, John C. Reilly is the guy from Talladega Nights and Step Brothers. Perry Cox. Shit. John C. McGinley. We both fucked up. You were closer than I was, though, I think, in the end. McGinley. Anyway. So, yeah, Zach Braff is officially confirmed because they were all in talks up until this point. Haven't seen any Resident Evil films. You're not missing much. I mean, they're dumb fun, but you're not missing much. They're terrible, dumb fun. Speaking of Resident Evil, there's a Resident Evil fan channel called ROE that did a fan film with the original FMV actors from the first Resident Evil game. Oh, that's cool. I might have to look that up later if I can remember. Never understand when to say they are going to adapt a game and don't follow the game. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. They just want to use that name recognition and the things you might recognize without any of the things that people actually like about it. And to be fair, the first live-action Resident Evil movie is the closest to actually feeling like Resident Evil, despite following absolutely its own story. Is wild. Like Until Dawn. That's a good comparison right there. The only thing in common with the game series is the needing to survive until dawn. And that's it. And that's not even a real aspect of even the game, really, in essence. It's just, yeah, I don't get it either, man. Hollywood executives make stupid fucking decisions. I just hope we get back into third person for RE9 and future games, though first person was even scarier. Yeah, I prefer the third person view, but there are some benefits to the first person aspect. But I definitely, for Resident Evil, I do prefer third. Have you seen the Resident Evil Netflix show with Lance Reddick? Fuck no. No. I have no desire to watch that. No. Let's see. Where are we at? Love your rewatch reaction to Rogue One. Thank you. I remember the way that Kate and Vi were getting it on in a prison cell. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see Charlie Vaggie doing that to Vaggie, but I don't want to sound horny though. You sound a little horny. Just saying. But they did say we're getting a sexy Charlie and Vaggie song in season 2, so we'll see. Who knows? Have I seen the new Jurassic World Rebirth trailer yet? I have, just didn't react to it. It looks wild. It looks wild. I'm hoping it's good. That's all I hope. What's up, Colin? Hola, brother. It's the Shy Guy yet again. Forgot to say weeks ago, but so happy I was able to give you your mech. Also made an updated looking version of it that I'm pretty proud of. Well, hell yeah, man. I mean, it was pretty sick, man. I appreciate you being patient and working with me to make the handoff, but it was nice meeting you, dude. I hope you got to enjoy the convention, though. Your Shy Guy getup was pretty sick. Not gonna lie, man. But welcome, welcome. The Flask. Next year is going to be so packed. Shrek 5, Ice Age 6, Dune, Spider-Man, Avengers. I mean, I'll probably see Shrek 5. I was gonna say, I don't know if I'm gonna see all of these. I could care less about Ice Age personally, but everything else on that list I will probably see. To be fair, Resi 6 is universally hated. It is near universally hated for sure. For sure. Accidental Send. Anywho, I'm glad you're digging Owl House. Any idea what's going to take its place? Currently, the plan is Gravity Falls next. Gravity Falls will be following Owl House. Things of Spider-Man Noir coming next year. There is. Resident 4 is the one with Spanish-speaking NPCs, right? When Awkward Ashley was playing it, I was translating the Spanish lines. Oh, that's cool. But yes, Resident Evil 4 is the one where they're in some nondescript Spanish-speaking European country. So, yeah. I do like 4. I, as a purist, was like, these aren't zombies. This isn't, what is this? I was one of those guys when 4 came out. It was a great game, but I was very, I had some friction with accepting it as a real Resident Evil game for a while, because the change of setting, no virus, no whatever, all that kind of stuff, like the supernatural culty vibes of it, the change of the gameplay mechanics. I was just like, good game, but Resident Evil, I don't know. Anyway, my ADHD ass could never function in total silence. Yeah, me either, man. What is Omnimedia's favorite music that has no singing? The soundtrack to Kingdom Hearts. What's up, Charlotte? One of your biggest fans, and I really love your reactions to Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel, and I hope that you're doing well and keep up the amazing great work that you are doing so far too. Thank you, Charlotte. Well, thank you for chiming in, and yeah, thanks for sharing the love. I cannot wait to get back into it and share more of that with you guys. Especially we get a new short next month, which is exciting. So I'm very much so looking forward to that. Sometimes I watch Omni's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. reactions when I'm doing dishes or previewed on the bus. Hell yeah. What's up, John Lind? Curious, have you seen Disney's first PG-rated movie, The Black Hole? And if not, would you consider putting it on your list? It's from 1979. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that, and I haven't seen Black Cauldron. We've talked about this before. I haven't seen Aristocats either. There's a couple Disney films I still haven't ever seen. That one I have not watched. Not familiar with it. Might have to look into it. So yeah, maybe. And Doctor Who, who's Ronnie? I know it's from the classics. She's a Time Lord, shocker, but she's basically a evil mad scientist, but not in the way that the master is, just kind of like he wants to rule. Like, they choose their name based on what they want to provide or give into the world, or like something like that. I don't know the meaning behind the Ronnie, but she's like a chemist. She's a scientist, but she's like, the only things that matter to her is the work and the result and the answers. So she will do fucked up experiments on aliens, on mostly humans. She likes to fuck with the doctor and his favorite species, so she fucks with him and humans all the time. Genetic experiments, just tweaking, poking, prodding, manipulating, all of it, just in the hope of understanding the world. The way I like, and I've heard it described this way, and I think it's a great way to describe it. The Master and the Ronnie are both just as evil, but the Master wants to control the world, while the Ronnie just merely wants to understand it. And that may even be at the expense of the world itself, but knowledge is her quest, as opposed to him wanting to dominate or rule or twist and control and contort it all into his own image. Yeah, he's vain, she's not, both evil, both bad. That's the gist of it. When someone was explaining the Ronnie to me, Darkly, that's a good description. When someone was explaining the Ronnie to me, they said, think the bad guy from Guardians 3. Pretty much. Anyone else annoyed we have no Armor Wars oh my god. Armor Wars news. I thought I heard it got canceled. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see. I'm not going to see the live action Lilo and Stitch because I saw leaked clips and pretty much make this adaptation have no heart. Glad I skipped it. I've heard from a lot of people that Stitch is really good, but they fucked up like the emotional core of the movie. Or at least especially the themes of the movie. And there's some changes that I've heard about already that make me want to hurl. So I'm probably not going to go see it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know if that was like a rumor or officially confirmed, but I did hear somewhere that Armor Wars was canceled. Spider-Man Brand New Day can now be self-contained story with a post-credit scene that sets up Doomsday much like Ant-Man and the Wasp, setting up Infinity War. I hope that's the case. I've seen the It Welcome to Derry teaser. It looks chilling. It was a teaser for sure. I liked the vibe. I definitely wanted more out of the first trailer for it though, but we'll see. We'll see. Have you heard of something related to D&D called Dimension 20? I have. I've watched some clips from them, but I have not ever watched like a full session with them. I'm familiar with a lot of the people that are on Dimension 20, but yeah. I'm unclear if it's a show and or something a very casual D&D person would like. I've heard some people prefer it to watching Critical Role. It's a very different flavor, very different vibe. If I remember correctly, Brian Lee Mulligan, who guest DMs on Critical Role sometimes, is the main DM over there, I think. He's fun to watch. He's a really good DM. But I think maybe entry level, it might be a little bit easier, but I'm not sure. Because I know a lot of Critical Role stuff, like you come in mid-journey with Critical Role, unless you're starting a brand new campaign, but then it's just like, they know what they're doing. So I don't know. You know, that's like the two big ones right there is Critical Role and Dimension 20 to my understanding. So, just like find your flavor. Find your flavor. Doctor Strange, The Incursions of Insanity. What'd you think of when you first watched Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel for the first time? Hazbin Hotel, I was, I think, shocked with how brilliant of a musical it was and how so integrally a musical it was. And I absolutely loved the fuck out of that. Combined with all the other kind of raunchy, hee hee ha ha, hell humor, but with all this like layered heart. I think that's the surprise. Like the trailer, I think sets you up to be kind of under the impression it's going to be like, I don't know, raunch over substance, but that's not the case. So I was pleasantly surprised. Helluva Boss, same thing. Like you go in there, oh, okay, it's a workplace comedy in hell, blah blah blah, shenanigans, and then you get into it and you're just like they are just trying to tear your heart out of your chest. I think that's like the gist of it though, but I already, you know, having gone for Hazbin first and then going into the Helluva Boss, I wasn't sure how it was going to flow, how it was going to feel, is because they're so distinct. But yeah, I don't know. I fell in love with both of them immediately, I think. Also love how X-Files is a sci-fi paranormal thriller version of Sherlock Holmes. Murlock, oh my god. Mulder is Sherlock and Scully is Watson. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Hell, that's not something I put together until recently, which is ridiculous to think about. That I never really compared them to a modern day Sherlock and Watson. Because they really are. It's wild how much they are. Though you just add that flavor of believer and skeptic to the mix. Because she's there as a scientist to question every one of Mulder's theories, every one of his beliefs, and make sure that it goes through the scientific method. Perfect foil in that way. So it's like a tweaking of a very great and established trope. Or pairing, rather. But yes, that is at its core the essence. But then you add in... Never mind, sorry. I'm not going to say anything else. Because I was about to go on to a whole other tirade. And I was like, she'll get to it. So you are my Classic Who guy. Is Omega from Classic Who? Yes. Do you know if I should try watching a serial related to them before next week? You could probably find an Omega lore video that might be more beneficial to your time. I think that might be better. I think that's what I would do, is find like a lore video that explains the character. But yes, he is a Classic Who villain. He's appeared a couple of different times as a primary antagonist. He's like the biggest, baddest Time Lord. Like, so much so that he had to be like sealed away and imprisoned in another dimension. And he's never successfully escaped, which is, I think, why this last little bit is kind of crazy. Because it seems like because number 14 fucked with the gods of reality, now the ability for him to escape exists because of that tampering with the gods, that provoking of the pantheon, and the reawakening and reemergence of them has weakened reality to a point where he may actually be able to escape, which is fucking insane if that is the case. Speaking of Indie Cross, the first episode might be a little collar tugging because one of the main voice actors, what does that even mean? There are two in episode 1 DA games, and he was exposed as a interesting. There's been a lot of that as of late, as I've seen in the indie voice actor sphere from some things I've seen floating around. Do you think we'll get a trailer for Spider-Man Brand New Day before the end of the year? I would doubt that. Doubt that. I'm watching Morgan's reactions to Doctor Who on Patreon. We talked a little bit about it at Level Up. I can't remember where they said they were. That X-Files, I would love any kind of update on those journeys, but X-Files mainly. Hell, little fun fact. The format of the X-Files and the X-Files success at the time is a inspiration for how they decided to craft the Doctor Who revival series. To be fair, X-Files set in motion a format for TV that was used by most TV at the time. Buffy, Smallville, which obviously bled into all the Arrowverse stuff. All of that television format began with the X-Files. Especially the, yeah. Anyway, that tangent aside, before we go down that even further. Let's see, Avengers Doomsday is going to be goated. I hope so. I'm just glad people are nice here. Yeah, we've had the rare occasional bad egg, but we get rid of them pretty quick here. Pager just keeps making me cry. Just give him all the awards. The last episode of The Last of Us was fantastic. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Heartstrings, man, just like yanking at them. You're the rapper, Omni. You keep the shit together. Yes. If making peace isn't an option, block or report. This bully definitely don't feed the troll, for sure. Question, you ever heard of the game Dante's Inferno? I have. I played it for a little bit, but I never finished it. If not, it was released on the Xbox 360 or PS3. While it was labeled as a God of War clone, I personally love it all the same. It definitely was labeled as a God of War clone, and it very much so kind of is. I tried to play it because I love that tale, I love that mythology, I love that idea, like that whole, like the whole story of Dante. Obviously their twist on it was like obviously so of the time, but I just couldn't. It couldn't keep me hooked. Strange Eclaya movie needs to happen. Hopefully that's in the Doctor Strange movie that's going to be coming out. Can't wait until the new Hazbin Hotel Season 2 and the new short episode of Helluva Boss next month. Same. If none of that works, I don't know, maybe make a second account, maybe last resort. That would kind of be a last resort, I guess. It's just kind of scrapping your shit and starting over, but that sucks. By the way, Michael Douglas said he's not returning to the MCU, said he's taking a break from acting, so I won't see him or Evangeline Lilly since she's done from acting, sadly. Yeah, I did see that Michael Douglas update. I didn't know about the Evangeline Lilly stuff, but damn, interesting. I wonder how they'll navigate that. Especially if she doesn't come back, if we do have Paul Rudd, though. I want Nightmare in Doctor Strange 3. I mean, that could be cool. A little bit more info is way more gruesome quasi-retelling of Dante's Allegory. Poem in the same name, except way more metal. Look up Dante's design. Tell me that doesn't scream badass. No, I know I'm way late to getting to this, and I know you probably explained it in even more detail. Yeah, I'm very, very familiar. I do know that many people ask you about a Major Digital Circus, but is there a chance you might start next month? The Last of Us Season 2 ends tomorrow. Doctor Who finishes its new season next week, so that means you might have more time to finally... Maybe. I don't want to make any promises, because a lot of that comes up to my mood as well, how I'm feeling, how I'm vibing. But yes, the opportunity may be arising. I enjoy your content so much. I recently joined your Patreon. I saw, thank you. You joined as a legend as well, which I greatly appreciate. I still need to update. For some of the videos that are coming out, it hasn't been updated on the thing yet, but I think on the Doctor Who one, it should have been by now at least. I heard that Star Wars Theory stopped watching Andor after the first 3 episodes, and I was just curious why. He just cemented more why I freaking hate him. I don't know, man. He's declined so hard in the last couple of years, and it's just baffling, some of the shit that comes out of his mouth these days. So I used to watch his shit all the fucking time, man. I unsubscribed to him like 2 years ago. I just couldn't anymore. It's embarrassing, and it's just, I don't know. It's just sad, really. Like, I don't know. Can't wait for the Supergirl movie next year. Same. I think I saw the actor who played the first Cicada from the Flash TV show in the new Fear Street movie. Interesting. I know who Susan is. Hell yeah. Love Fear Street movies. It'll be hard to beat Melissa Benoist's version of Supergirl. Melissa Benoist is great. She's great as that Supergirl. However, her Supergirl is its own Supergirl. That is not that is the farthest from a comic accurate take on that character. They basically made her female Clark, almost in essence. When Kara in the comics is almost a polar opposite character to Kara in that show. So be prepared for something very different, especially with the comic that they're adapting. We all love you. We Lass, Elijah, Morgan, and Omnimedia. You guys are the best, and I love watching your all's reactions to Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel and other shows you watch. It's just fun and entertaining. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the loves for all of these amazing people, and then me. Have I seen the reviews for Lilo and Stitch? It's kind of a mixed bag for some of the viewers. Yeah. I'm sure kids who don't know any better are just gonna go hee hee ha ha, Stitch cute, he make funny, laugh, are gonna be fine. But I think anybody that is a fan of the original, based on things I've heard, like, it's not playing very well. And even for people that weren't, like, I watched Greg's review of it already, and I think he said he hasn't seen the original, and he's like, it's fine. So yeah, I love Stitch. I have a Stitch onesie. I have a shit ton of Stitch figures. I have a pile of Stitch stuff over here. Stitch and that's my favorite Disney movie. My favorite Disney character. So when I was excited that I was like, oh, when they first showed us a little tease of Stitch in action, I was like, oh shit, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. It actually looks pretty good. Stitch, actually, it's the same voice. It looks like Stitch. It feels like Stitch in the stuff they've shown, but when they show everything around Stitch, I was like, what is happening? And then the fact of who the villain is in the movie irritates the shit out of me as well. So, I don't know. Anyway, since 2020 time has been a goddamn lie. So true. The world ended in 2012. This is the afterlife we never wished for. That is funny. I'll be honest, as much as like I was convinced that everything was fine, part of me was dreading that date so hard. I was like, just get past it. Just get to the next day. Come on. What's up, Tony Gold? Please, can I say thanks for all your content. I love watching all your reactions, especially for Doctor Who. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in and sharing that. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy. So much for the stream being peaceful. Sheldor hadn't mentioned that toxic lady, but Omni Media is still awesome. Toxic lady. I don't know who you're talking about. Maybe I'm already forgot, but I'm not sure what we're referencing here, to be honest. Anyway, did you know the actress playing Nora in the Walking Dead series? I think you meant The Last of Us. Voices Willow in the Owl House. Yes, I've had that fun fact brought up quite a bit since this season kicked off. 2012 came out in 2009 by Roland Emmerich, starring John Cusack. Oh, it was about Supergirl. Toxic. What's toxic about? Wait, what's toxic? Then. I'm confused. Just been to that toxic lady. We saying that the new Supergirl's toxic or that Melissa Benoist is toxic? I'm confused. Did you ever watch the Supergirl movie from the 80s? I have not. Melissa, very toxic. What have I missed? Apparently I've missed something. Hello, what's up, Rebecca? Is Pedro doing another season of after Mando and Grogu? As far as I know, the movie's the end of that. So I don't think there is. I don't think we're getting a season 4. Robotka. What's up, Ghost Kevin? How are you? Melissa isn't toxic, but to each their own. My friend quest on Discord will come through as Moscow Moon. I just outed you to the world there. It's weird because people complained about the pacing of the second game, yet the way they want the show to be set up sounds like how the game played out. I mean, the show is playing out how the game played out, except for the cutscenes. Nobody had a problem with the way the individual stories were told. It was how there's the abrupt cut later on. So, I don't know. But yeah, what's the, unless it's like fucked up, what's the tea on Melissa? Or is it just people just don't like Melissa Supergirl? And that's why we're saying it's toxic. I mean, the show was ass, but I loved the cast. I watched it all. Let's see. Pacing this game. Peeps get too used to Pedro not being in The Last of Us. It's definitely one of the most entertaining live streams. Loving the vibe today. I'm definitely in a mood today. And we had a little guest surprise us today. Let's see. Last of Us, as someone who didn't play the games, I personally like that they did a flashback episode instead of sprinkling it in throughout. having a concise story showing the relationship over time. I'm still kind of torn because some of Bella's actions directly link to those moments, those flashbacks. And in the moment, as you're watching it, unless you've already seen everything, I feel like some of those are just hollow to me, comparatively. But that's me. That's me. Could Sonic the Hedgehog 4 be a loose adaptation of Sonic CD? I have no idea. Maybe. No idea. I've never played Sonic CD, so I'm not even sure what the story is there. I hope you're good as well. D&D live stream in a freaking movie theater, bro. What kind of timeline are we in? I know, right? Selling out actual concert stadiums, and also you could go watch it at the movie theater. Ooh, hype, hype, hype. What's going on? What's up, Jen? First stream I've ever tuned into. Well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Liz Shan is just Batman. That's hilarious. Let's go. You need to do a reaction to It Chapter 1 and 2. I've seen them both, saw them both in theaters, and I've seen It Chapter 1 a couple of times. But I mean, who knows? If we ever do a rewatch one day, maybe. But I have seen it, so it's not like it'd be new for me at all. I think you trying to respond to all the comments is good, so no worries about you being 40 minutes behind. 45 minutes behind. It is an hour behind now. How did I get further behind? I've had less tangents. Time keeps slipping into the future. Nice little call there. Sub-dub debate will always be stupid to me, like, let people watch it how they want. That's true. I see Omni more as a slow bro. Fuck you. I mean, to Frank, he's always behind until the streams end anyway, like an hour, but not in time he reads this. Sorry if he reads every chat. There's no wonder he gives such kind energy and has the patience and humbleness. Damn. He evolved. God. Next time I see Omni, he's gonna have a full-on Charlie Kelly wall of crazy trying to find Jeremy. Probably. I'll never understand the sub versus dub war people have. I'll take it way too seriously. They need to understand preferences. So true. No idea why either. Omni has this weird ability called being kind and letting everybody have to turn to say something weird. Sometimes I'll be like, okay, you've exhausted your chat messages. Not by timing you out, but sometimes somebody we like with Stixie would go on like a rant of random pun jokes, and I'm like, okay, I'm skipping all of these. Love Zootopia teaser. I still haven't seen it, actually. Are you a fan of the first Zootopia? Yes, I did really like the first one. I still haven't seen the teaser for the new movie though. Catch 'em, gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon! Go Beyond plus Ultra. I'm gonna meet the cast of Daredevil Born Again and the Flash series later this year for a con. Gina Davis is the big name. Well, that's cool. But I've met Grant. I haven't met any of the other Flash cast, and I really, really want to. I've met John Bernthal, Charlie Cox, Vincent D'Onofrio. Shit, what's his name? Fuck, I always fuck up his name because it confuses me. It always messes up my brain. The guy that plays Bullseye. Wilson, is first name Wilson or second name Wilson? I can't remember. And then Deborah Ann Woll. I've met, pretty much everybody but Foggy. What's up, Emma? How are you? What's up, Terrence? I'm doing good. Did you hear the Voltron movie won't be released in theaters, but on Prime? Well, that's shocking. Which sucks, especially know it'd be cool to see on the big screen. I'm curious how that's gonna. I'm very curious about that movie. I loved Voltron growing up. Thank you, Wilson Bethel. I'm used to Wilson being the last name, so every time I try to recollect his name, my brain like freezes. But yes, a Voltron movie I think would be something you'd want to see in a theater, but we'll see. I can't believe that Helluva Boss is coming, is going to be on Prime Video. That was a huge reveal. Hopefully it doesn't fuck over my reactions though. We'll see. I saw the mention of Indie Cross and you're gonna watch it. If you're gonna watch it, I don't know I don't fully know. Remember to use subtitles. There are a lot of funny secrets, and make sure to look out for Easter eggs as well. I will try to keep that in mind if I do ever react to it. Then I do know about the Morgan drama. I just assumed there had to be more to it, because why would anybody make a big deal about someone being emotional about stuff? Those people were sad, little pathetic fucks. Rizzo Pink Popcast seems to cry at the drop of a hat. Lol. Now, people act like I cry. I cry a lot, but some people act like I cry in every video. First of all, I'm a feel my feelings, and whatever reaction you have is on you. Second, you don't have to watch the video. Oh my God, why do people not just click the fuck away? I mean, thanks for the view and the comment and the engagement, but fuck you, right? That's how I am about it. I still remember Voltron Legendary Defender. I watched the old one back in the day, and I loved it, man. I had the toys and shit too. It was also just Power Rangers adjacent, kinda, right? So I really liked it. Also, going back and looking at it, it's so much more mature than it should have been for the time. I cried in an Arrowverse or crossover, Crisis on Earth X. I mean, emotional shit's emotional, sorry. Also in Epic the Musical, a lot of the animatics are much more full of life than what you would expect from an animatic, so don't worry about it not being engageable or engaging if you decide to watch it. That's kind of what I was kind of afraid of, you know, not having that connection. I miss Firestorm. Yes, me too. I'd love to see Eric. What the fuck did I just do? I think I read the second sentence before reading the rest of the one I was currently reading. Anyway, I'd love to see Omni team up with Eric's Reloaded for a collab. I go to his streams a lot. I don't know how I haven't been invited. I know people that go over there and hang out all the time, but Eric doesn't care for me. Especially being in like the DC TV circles and stuff like that. I've watched some of his stuff, but like I don't know. I'd happily go over there. Excuse me, did somebody confuse Ireland and Scotland? How very dare you? Wait, I'm sorry. Is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. still ongoing? I thought it ended like 4 years ago. No, it's over. It's over. It's over. I don't know what happened in the conversation here that brought that up though. But I don't know. Who knows? Hot take: a thumb is not a finger. I would argue that we have 10 fingers, and to have 10 fingers, you have to include the thumbs. That's my 2 cents. I feel like VHS Beyond also got zero marketing before. There's another one? Wait. Wasn't Kate Siegel directing one of them? Was that one? Oh, that was hers. Shit. Yeah, where was that? The only people I heard talking about it was her and her fucking husband. I can't remember the last one I saw. I think it was just the second VHS. The first one was pretty solid. I don't remember much about the second one. I don't know how many there are at this point. But her and her husband, man, I would happily watch anything that they work on. All thumbs are fingers, but all fingers are thumbs. There you go. Rebecca gets it. Let's see, but it ended up being my favorite one in the VHS series, so that's high praise. But it's the one that she's behind, and I think that's her directorial debut, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Eurovision is a trip. I don't watch it anymore for political reasons, but it used to be so good. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people were very riled up about this year. Lord of the Rings is releasing in 2027. Fear Street prom night. I know I'm safe because I didn't go to prom. I'm single. Single people can go to prom. I never went single, but it's a thing. I started RWBY, recorded the first 3 episodes today, and it's hilarious. Defo recommend. We'll see. We'll see. Am I going to get gaslit into watching RWBY? Maybe. We'll see. Believe me, understand. I would have given anything to bring Monty back. That shit fucking crushed me. But you cannot trust people who say Monty was done a disservice after he passed. RWBY was his baby, but Miles and Carrie were involved from the beginning in the writing and the directing. It never lost its voice. I hope I give it a chance for Monty. It's how we keep him with us. Didn't his brother like have a I don't know his brother's name, so maybe one of these people was his brother. I heard his brother was still heavily involved in the show as well. But I did hear that the choreo suffered as a result. But who knows? Maybe we'll see. Who's your favorite? Who is your comfort character? The character that brings you the most comfort and joy. You know, I'd want to say like Mulder and Scully, but I don't know that they bring me comfort because they're just so they're so broken. I love them to death, but I don't know. I don't know if I would say they comfort me. I think the Doctor might enter that list. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Doctor. I think the Doctor might be my comfort character because the Doctor's so resiliently hopeful, even in the worst of scenarios. I've waited for the next summer month involving back-to-back reboots from Jurassic World to F4 unless anyone's Smurf fans. I loved the Smurfs growing up. What I've seen of this movie coming up, no. I'm sorry, no. Who is your confront character? The one who, if you had the chance, it'd be nothing but damage in hands, possibly an ER visit. Valentino. I mean, that's the first one that comes to mind, at least. Valentino or Dolores Umbridge. Those are the 2 people that come to mind at the moment, immediately. You know, they say you should never hit a woman, but I'm for equality, and she's a fucking monster. God, it was hard to even say that with like a straight face. But yeah, I don't know. Anybody else? And this is like the immediate 2. Fuck Dolores and fuck Valentino. However, she's just loathingly evil. Valentino, at least, he's like one of those guys. He does fucked up shit, but he's like he's got a cool design. He's kind of an interesting character around all of that. But I don't know. But fuck him. He's a fucking monster. But yeah, our conversation would be like, it'd be nothing but hands. But Joelle is a delightful human being, though. Oh yeah, I never like the sections when people talk before and after a reaction. But for some reason, the way you talk and order through the information is really entertaining. You're just better, for real. Well, thank you. I'm glad you stick around, because I know most people are the same. No, very few people stick around after the reaction part is done. So I appreciate that of anybody that sticks around for my long ramblings. I've got forever fear when at the hospital or dentist because when they took out my wisdom teeth, he messed up and pushed it in more to my gums so bad that they had to take out through my nose. What the fuck? That sounds awful. Season 4 of The Bear starts on June. Shit. June 26th, maybe the 25th for you guys. Are you going to do it weekly, like the first 3, or daily? I mean, it's going to be a brand new release. We are going to bang that fucker out while it's relevant. So it's going to be daily. So yes. Actually, her name's Susan. I just want to say hi because I'm at GalaxyCon Oklahoma City and I got an autograph signed by Bryce Pinkham, and I got 30 minutes till I'm going to a Helluva Boss trio photo op. Hell yeah! Bryce is he's a sweetheart. He's such a sweetheart. So I hope you're enjoying your time. Don't be late to your photo sesh. Enjoy it. Have fun. I would love to go to every GalaxyCon if I could. I pondered the idea of going to Oklahoma, but it's just not in the cards at the moment. I really need to like tunnel vision and focus on this home situation though. I love the hate Adam from Hazbin Hotel. Great piece of shit character. He's a lovable. He's such a villain you love to hate. He's just so enjoyable to watch. W writing. I don't even know how to do a dispute yet. I need to see if there's a tutorial on how it gets done. You basically just hit dispute and you plead your case. I've got a template that I've got together that works really well for me, but just gotta really go into explaining like what you've changed, what you're adding, how this is not a substitute. Just really hammer in that you've transformed this content and made it your own. You know, it's basically the main thing you want to come out of it on the other side with. And Hell is Forever song was pretty cool. It is very cool. Marvel mascot would be Spider-Man, so Omni is correct. Who would have guessed Michael Bay would fall off this hard for a movie about a certain toilet head meme? I can't believe that's happening, man. Fucking skibbity toilet movie. It has been whatever the name of Adam's right hand is. Who would be my least liked? Loot? That would be Loot. She's got some pretty hard lines in the show, so she gets some points from me. I have a theory about Octavian Stolas had met an imp. It would be a functionally neutral ground and turned out way different. Probably. It's very, very likely. So each of them have 2 relationships they still need to repair. Barbie and Octavia. And I think they will in the end. It just might be the final stretch. Supergirl show was great until season 5. Did you like Supergirl Omni and Superman and Lois? Superman and Lois I love to death. Supergirl I hate. I rage quit Supergirl in season 2 with how they treated Superman. I quit. Season 1 was fine. It was so cringy at times, but it's fine. Season 2 was better overall until the Superman stuff, and then I got so mad I didn't watch it until honestly until Crisis on Infinite Earths. That was when I caught up on all the other seasons of Supergirl in preparation because I didn't want to miss anything. So I binged season 3, season 4, and literally anytime Superman showed up, it made me roll my eyes in the back of my head and wanted to put I just wanted to put my head in a fucking cement crusher. But I think season 4 and 3 I really enjoyed. The last 2 seasons, there's only 5 seasons, wasn't there? Whatever the last season was a fucking... No, season 5 there's 6 seasons, right? Season 6, I think. Hold up. I'm so confused. I don't remember at this point. Where are you at? Yes, 6 seasons. Season 6 was stupid but enjoyable. Season 5 was the worst season of television I think I've ever seen. When I heard he was 45 minutes delayed, I didn't think it was legitimately 45 minutes delayed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I have my eye on a replica Noble collection of Glinda's bubble wand and alphabet hat. Me want. Oh, that's sick. There's a video of where Saul Goodman does how to tie a tie, and that's how I know. I still don't know how to tie a tie. What's my favorite Netflix anime? The only one I have watched is the Devil May Cry one, so by default, that one, I guess. You know what the fuck? You know what? Fuck it. If Viltrumites are theorized to be a branch of the human species, then in Doctor Who, I believe that Time Lords are. I couldn't watch through 13 because of the stigma, so I don't know some lore. I mean, anything's possible in Doctor Who at this point. I mean, the Doctor originates from an entirely different universe. They're not technically a Time Lord, but Time Lords drew the ability to regenerate from the Doctor, because that was an ability only the Doctor had until they spliced the Doctor's DNA into the Time Lord genome. And then restricted it, brainwashed and mind wiped the Doctor so that the Doctor didn't know any of that shit. That was a timeline. There you go. That's some stuff you missed from Jodie's run. What's your opinion on the current Pokemon craze? You mean... I don't know what you mean. Unless you're referring to, like, the Scalper Fest and the monsters that are running out there and, like, fucking everything up with cards, which is... Scalpers, I think, are need to be... I think anybody that scalps should be doxxed. Fuck it, no. Dox them. Dox their asses. No, that is... I don't know how... I know it's... One, it'd be next to impossible to enforce, but, like... It's just fucking evil. Like, with tariffs, with everything else, with the inflation, things are already pricey enough. Add scalping into the mix. If you want a graphics card, a Switch, a Pokemon card, or whatever, it's just going to be even worse. And the people that prey upon all that and hog all this shit, and it's just like, no, fuck them. No, it's if only there was a vigilante out there that could take them all out. Or make them stop. I'm not saying they should die. Let me rewind that real quick, but there should be some semblance of justice, because that is just fucked up. Especially with Pokemon, man. It's a fucking child's cards game, but you can't, no kid can get it. No child is even being able to go by them. It's just a bunch of adults getting in fist fights and police being called at them all the damn time because they're like, I gotta get my Pokemon cards. This is my job. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It's infuriating, is what it is, man. Like, it's just, they're pathetic, vile human beings. I finally started Ben 10 Alien Force, and it's been amazing. Has it been amazing? Love Ben 10. I've only really seen the original I don't even know if I've seen it to completion. I've seen most of the original. I've seen a little bit of whatever the next one is where the teenagers, that's it. For Beast Periods, it seemed random people and there's so many reoccurring messages like, damn, there's an active live community. Huh, kinda, a little bit. Is just me or is it Joel in the show a more tragic character than the game? A little bit. He's a little more sympathetic in the show, I think. Always make that mistake with him. Harry Cox. Hee hee. Also, what is his Harry? Child humor. Didn't Avengers get delayed? It did. You did a T-Rex thing in the upcoming Jurassic World movie. It looks fucking terrifying. I've seen diagrams of it and it looks like a xenomorph creature. They said it was inspired by a T-Rex, xenomorphs, specifically a xenomorph queen, and the Rancor from Star Wars. There's another Ice Age, apparently. The theaters are hungry for our money. Gravity Falls, The Peak. Does anyone know when the next season of House of the Dragon is coming out? I don't remember, to be honest. You've seen Hunchback though, right? Yes, I have seen Hunchback. Have you ever gone to a Video Game Lives concert? No, I really want to though. It's a concert featuring video game music from popular video games of all time. I really want to go to the Kingdom Hearts Live Orchestra. That would be a dream. When someone was explaining the Ronnie to me, they said, think the continuation. We referenced that one earlier. How did I only notice the Time Lord chosen name theme after you mention it? The Ronnie, the Master, the Doctor. Also, I heard someone say the Master is crazy evil, while the Ronnie is that without the crazy. That's also a very apt, appropriate description as well. Because the Master obviously got his insanity from the Echo, from the madness and the time vortex part of it as well. That didn't affect the Doctor and the Ronnie, though. Though the Doctor was sparked with fear and ran. That's why he kind of runs a lot. I think the Ronnie just probably stared into it and just like, all right, that was cool. But yeah, that's why we don't know the Doctor's real name. But when they finally graduate to become Time Lords, they choose their name, and how it correlates to. It just happens to correlate to their personalities. But again, I don't know what the Ronnie means. I've never really, honestly, I don't even know if I've ever really tried to look into that, to be fair. Master's pretty straightforward. The Doctor has been explained in the show as well, and it fits. Thank you for the Ronnie info. And where did they appear in Doctor Who and which Doctor? They've interacted with a couple of different Doctors. Their first one was with... This is where I always get confused with who is who. I can never remember the names of the actors. I think it's 6th. Yeah. Her first appearance is with the 6th Doctor, Colin Baker. Hunchback is incredible, pretty fantastic. At least Ironheart gets a thing. I'm not that interested, but I'll say CGI looks good. Better Call Saul. Was Saul the villain? Debatable. But no, not from a certain point of view, I'm sure. But I don't know. Rebecca's watched Dimension 20. She can chime in on it. Hunchback of Notre Dame is one of my favorite Disney movies. Great music in that one. Stellar visuals. Especially with the drag queen season. 'Twas very fun. Ironheart releasing a trailer the same day as Superman. Yeah, Marvel definitely don't see hope in that project. I don't think so either, based on that whole move. With the Avengers Doomsday trailer, I don't see us getting a trailer until next February at the earliest. I definitely don't think we'll get anything until next year for sure. I'd say Dimension 20 is really good as an entry point, especially because they do a lot of variety, so I think there's something for everybody. Yeah, I still haven't dived into them just yet, but I've seen a couple here and there. I barely have the time that I do, so it's so dedicated to catching up on Critical Role, and that's probably going to take me a couple of years. Still, I want to take a break from RPGs after Metaphor and Deltarune. I'm going to take a break from them and focus on other games like Fallout 4 and Doom. I still need to try. I don't know if it'll succeed. Try, because I need like a full-time editor, I think, at this point, but I don't know if I can afford a full-time editor at this point. But anyway, but I really I want to play Fallout New Vegas, or at least maybe watch a playthrough of it before the new season of Fallout comes out this year. If X-Files is a Sherlock Holmes version, who would the Moriarty be? I mean, the closest thing to a Moriarty is the cigarette smoking man, who's pretty much the main antagonist of the entire show. But he's not like a one-to-one Moriarty archetype either, though. I don't think that there is a one-to-one Moriarty archetype. He would be the closest, I think. Ellie's still going ahead with the revenge missions. Is annoying now after she found out Dina's pregnant. At least send Dina back with Jesse. Womp womp. Watch Rebel Moon and realize it's just Magnificent 7, but longer, like way longer. There's one thing The Last of Us deserves awards for, it's set design, because just how much the sets the theater being just like they are in the game to a T. And at the radio station, that looked like almost right out of the game. Spider-Man 4 coming next July, which means we could get a trailer in December, 7 months ahead of the film, possibly. So like Mag 7, they got their baddie yes out of town, and they give me your money. I'm gonna give you the taxes, give them moving. Still never watched Rebel Moon. I probably won't. Guys, I think he likes X-Files. It's not 100% clear. Yeah, I think so. You might be onto something. But like, has Omni really watched the X-Files? Knows all the characters, seen the movies, but then and been to the conventions and met some of the people who've worked on it, like the actors and the mythology and the writers and the creator. I had dinner with the creator. That's still wild that happened. I think he's mixing up X-Files with SpongeBob. You see, very, very similar. What's up, Eliza? How are you enjoying Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 5? I'm excited for you to see more Deke and other new characters. I'm excited too. It's been a major shakeup, and Deke is infectiously enjoyable to watch, which is probably just like Jeff Ward's charm in general, is part of the reason why I think Buggy was one of my favorite aspects of the live-action One Piece as well. So I'm excited for more Deke. I think he's a little more complex than people are giving him credit for. I'm Team Deke at the moment, but we'll see. Can't believe Zack Snyder is making more Rebel Moon movies. They are not. I just saw a report the other day saying that whole universe is now scrapped. All the plans they had around it all, Netflix is done with it. I don't think we're getting any more, unless that was false. I'm gonna get ready for more slow-mo. So sorry if I asked this before, but very substance usage. But I'm very substance usage. But have you played Subnautica? Oh, I see what you're trying to get at. Top 3 games of all time for me. I've never played it. I've watched some people play it. I have Thalassophobia pretty hard. It's gotten better in video games. I could probably handle it, but I just don't like that kind of game. I'm not like a farmy, managey, buildy kind of guy. Minecraft, that, Stardew, Animal Crossing, what say you? I can't do it. Brain can't do. But I like it visually, I like it conceptually. I can't get into it. I know I would get bored and turn it off pretty quick. It's funny how every time I'm bored, I open up YouTube and you react to something I'm obsessed with. My For You page remembered the For You part when recommending you ages ago. That's awesome. I'm glad that worked out that way. It's sometimes the For You page can be a little hit or miss for me. Star Wars Theory is just a hater now and teams up with other haters like Critical Drinker. They just funny enough, was it him? Was it Critical Drinker? Like saying high praises. One of the king grifters, I forget which, I think it was Drinker, I don't remember, was like giving Andor by the end of season 2 like the biggest praises ever. And I was like, holy shit, one of them has seen since, which I found kind of shocking. I'll be attending Monsterpalooza next Saturday, which means I will miss your live, but I'll continue on with the X-Files and report back. Take care, Omni. Hope you have a good weekend. You too, and enjoy your Monsterpalooza. I'm sure that will be a blast. Have I ever seen the Supergirl from '84? I think somebody else asked that earlier. No, I actually haven't. I've seen a review on it, like one of the old YouTubers reviewed it or whatever. I can't remember who, but I've seen stuff from it. I kind of know the general story, but I've never actually sat down and watched it myself. In my opinion, Star Wars ego has gotten crazy ever since his Vader episode went viral. Ever since then, I stopped watching him, and he randomly bringing Vader up the whole Andor thing was stupid. I've tried to stay away from it at this point because I just can't anymore. Can I make a clip of Omni Media saying that the show is far from comic Supergirl? I like how he roasted that character. I like that take on the character. Don't mix in my words. The show had horrible writing, but I do like Melissa Benoist's Supergirl. It's just not the comic book Supergirl at all. And I like the cast, and I like their versions of the characters. They're the only reasons I watched 6 seasons of that trash, is because they were fun to watch. Yeah, I adored all of them. And their Brainy was probably one of my favorite characters in the Arrowverse for sure, top 10, but it's not an accurate depiction whatsoever. Can't wait to see Millie Alcock as a Supergirl, who will be there to stay, hopefully for the long haul in the movies and shows, for sure. Yeah, the plot and the writing for Supergirl was the weakness. The characters and actors were a delight. Yes, I second that so hard, Nether. They're the reason I stuck it out, because I found them so enjoyable. Behind scenes and on scenes. On scenes. On camera, on set. Whatever. But yes, I also can't wait to see Millie Alcock and what they do with that version of the character. I think I only know Star Wars Theory from this channel. That's fine. Don't worry about it. If you want good Star Wars content, reactions, I'm sticking with you and Kyle Katarn. If you want, like, I'm not always blindly positive, as much as people try to paint me as such, because obviously I didn't like The Acolyte. I mean, it did some things well, not many, some, but it was a mess. But like, for Star Wars content, there's very few channels I can really watch anymore, and Kyle's one, Blind Wave, Luis, and I mean, that's it. Because I got so, like, I've mentioned this before, like Mando season 3 and the lack of comprehension between most of the reactors in the space annoyed me so much I just couldn't do it anymore. So yeah. But let's see. Do you see Superman crossing over into different shows if his movie succeeds, Omni? Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. You cannot pay me to go see the new Lilo and Stitch movie. Star Wars Theory Ego's gotten crazy with his Vader reps. Oh, I think maybe you deleted that and retyped this. I don't know if there's a typo in there. On the way, he makes vids on other people's opinions, but when his fans don't agree with him, yeah. He's just become a grifter, man. He's just shifted whole course into just chewing people down, breaking people down, tearing people down, and blah, 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 blah. Which Disney movie has your favorite soundtrack? I don't know. Maybe Aladdin? Maybe Aladdin. Catherine LaSalle, yes. She's another one that I do enjoy as well. Thank you, Emrys, for checking that in. I was like, I know there's a couple of people I'm missing, but yeah, her channel's fantastic too, if you want well-rounded Star Wars content. I think I'm a little more harsh of a critic than some of the others at times, but even my harshness is apparently too generous for a lot of people's tastes. He blames them on the fans. Please wear your Stitch onesie in a live stream. I gotta make sure I still know where it is. I think I do. I have a Charmander one and I had a Stitch one. I think they're still in the bedroom somewhere. These Disney remakes are never going to go away. They're already supposedly talking about Stitch sequels, which I'm sure it's going to make money. I second what Ginger said. I third what Ginger said. I was thinking about wearing it today, but it's just a little too warm in here at the moment. Let's see. Who's your favorite version of the Master? For me, it's John Sim. I can never remember John Sim's name. I keep getting him mixed up with Adam Scott for very different reasons, quite obviously. John Sim and his second outing followed closely by Michelle Gomez. Favorite Master. Yeah, I leaned towards John, then Michelle, and Sasha was really good. I really enjoyed Sasha, even though I lament the arc that Missy had, but whatever. Star Wars Theory bringing up Vader saying that Vader won't let the Empire do the R word, and then Vader is not that sick in the head, and then Vader literally slaughtering children even in the Kenobi show. Or also that oh my god, I had to cut a whole rant that I went into in one of the Andor episodes because I saw that tweet, and I was like, no. And I just cut it out of the video. I was like, I'm not stirring the pot in my videos. I said it all, I vented it all, I cut it out. So I at least exercised the demon that I was holding back. But like this is like, I think he said the Palpatine wouldn't condone it in his empire either. And condoning it isn't the point. The point is that people will do it if they have the power to do it. That doesn't matter. And we're acting like Palpatine isn't kidnapping, murdering, and dissecting children, and has given the order to do so. He has a standing, approved, signed order for people to find kids, kidnap them, and cut them open. Like, fuck off. The movie ends Mando. That is the word on the street for sure. Oh, the Supergirl's wearing the classic suit. We'll see. Well, who knows? It'll probably something gearing more towards classic, I would imagine. Dave Filoni still has this film that ends the Mandoverse arc that they are on since 2019. That is still a separate thing to my understanding. There's the Mando thing and then the Filoni thing, I think, if that is correct. Millie Set Photos has a mostly comic accurate suit, so that's awesome based on the set photos. I haven't seen any of those yet. Didn't John write a season before the movie was a thing? Is that getting scrapped now? Yes, I think it got scrapped because I remember that as well. I'm pretty sure it got thrown out. Are you gonna watch Alien Earth series this summer? Somebody else asked that earlier. I'm planning on it. Huge Alien fan. So yes, I'm planning on it. I'm honestly confused too, Omni. It's nothing to worry about. What are your thoughts on the new KH4 screenshots? It looks sick as hell. I need answers. And the fact that human heartless, because they take the form of whatever they are corrupting, and now that we're in the real world and they're corrupting people, those heartless designs are sick. A mood? What happened? I'm just like, I don't know, floaty. Like little saucy before I even had anything. I don't know. I'm in a good mood, basically. That's what I mean. Not bad, but good mood. Bubbly, I might say. I think I stopped at Supergirl season 4 and came back only for Crisis. Season 4 I really liked with Sam Witwer as the villain. Rain was also a pretty good villain. I wouldn't be able to pry Tyler H's Superman from my cold dead hands, and he was from Supergirl. Yes, his character sucked there, but he was a cameo there. He wasn't the hero of the story. Yes, but they went out of their way to just every time, unnecessarily so. Anyway, but he was great. Like when they weren't tearing him down and belittling him endlessly, his characterization, even on Supergirl, was pristine. And I'm so glad that they recognized that, and he got respect when he was in the other show's writers' hands. Like when the show Arrow writers writ him, he was fantastic. When the Flash writers writ him, he was fantastic. The second Supergirl gets their hands on him, the writers always found a way to take the piss out of him. Then Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, and he was a punchline throughout that entire crossover, which was unfortunate. Then he got his respect in and his time to shine in the spotlight with Superman and Lois. He's my favorite live action Superman now. He went from my least favorite to my favorite in the span of his run as this character. I'm glad we got my favorite moment from the game with the museum birthday flashback. I wish it stayed in the dinosaur part of the museum a bit longer, but overall pretty good. Yes. She was unpleasant to Gatagraphs a lot. She said the audience thoughts to her are, it doesn't matter, and then cover that up. She is mean. She does not have your kindness. I mean, I agree with her stance on that, and a lot of people in those productions have issues with Canada graphs. I mean, he quite literally, his job is leaking stuff from their show. Like, understandably, people should be upset with what he does. Hell, I am sometimes, because his ass has spoiled me. Even though he paywalls his stuff, the people that subscribe to his Patreon leak that shit all over the internet, so. And that's not his fault directly, but he does, his money is leaking stuff and skulking around in the dark recesses and the shadows to get all the goods. And he is a resilient bastard, and he is, and I love the guy. But I gotta call it what it is. So I 100%, I expect people that work on those projects to be shitty to him. Like, anything else would be ridiculous. Everything I've seen, everything I know, I like about the woman. That doesn't mean I've seen everything that there is. She's friends with Kevin Smith. She's popped up in the View Askew universe as a couple of characters here and there, which is a delight. So, I don't know. There could be something I don't know about, but so far, these things don't bother me at all. Hey, Slowpokes are cool. Detective Slowpoke is in the house, guys. Watch out. He's going to be hot on your case in 10 years. What's up, Slowpoke? Slayers, we got 2 moments the last week, and The Last of Us that connects the 2 upcoming films, Jurassic World Rebirth and Fast X 4 First Steps. That is also very true. That's funny. Now I'm wondering what Flash Omnimedia would be. Do you prefer Slow King? I do prefer Royalty. Damn, bro, Jeep's calling him slow. Lucky you got to meet Grant. Oh yeah, that line was grueling too. What's up, Mark? How are you? Teaser for the Zootopia doesn't really show anything except a new character. It's more so just a showcase that it's happening, and somehow it's already receiving hate. Really? I wonder why. I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I was gonna fuck up a second actor name. Fair enough. How are you? I'm doing good. Have I seen the Shrek 5 teaser? Unless there's a new one? I saw the one they released months ago. Yeah, but I don't know. People act like I cry in every video. Whoa, how dare you have basic empathy and a connection to a good story? That's criminal. Dude, that is my sentiment as well, man. Like, one, when people like say like that shit too, one, I find it annoying. Two, I'm just like, how sad is your fucking existence? Or even so, maybe you're blissfully ignorant to that, and you are probably also unaware of your effect on the people around you as well. Don't know. I'm mad at how I didn't cry during Joel's death scene. I thought it would hurt a lot more. I was emotional in an angry outburst way. I don't remember how I felt, to be honest, in that moment, rewatching it. I mean, honestly, I knew it was going to happen in the game too, because I had it spoiled before the game came out, but I can't remember. I don't remember. What was my reaction to it? I mean, I was sad, but I don't think I cried. Yeah, so fuck you. I don't cry at everything. What's up, Dawson? Just back from watching Thunderbolts. My birthday is tomorrow. We had a really good time dining while watching. Oh, I've never been in one of those theaters where you can dine and watch. That'd kind of be interesting, I think. I want to do that sometime. Looking forward to what's next after that tease at the end. I still haven't seen it, so I still don't know what the tease at the end is. Have I heard of the show Duster? No, I haven't. It comes on a week ago on Max, Keith David, and Josh Holloway from the show Lost. Cool. I have not heard anything about it. I like seeing you express your feelings, your emotions. That's why you're my favorite reactor. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also love your elemental reaction. Glad you enjoyed it. It's very underrated. I underestimated it. I very much so did. I think a lot of people probably did too after watching the trailers and whatnot. Can't get through Octavia's I Will Be Okay without bawling like a bitch. Because I have daddy issues, okay? Excuse me for having a past and emotions. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Dude, when I was at what was that level up? When I was at Helluva show, even just the sing along, just singing the words out loud, I started to cry and tear up and shit. Especially with Sam Half's like little preamble he gave before it about where that song came from for him personally. Oh, so good. Don't worry, I care for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's the Toy Story 5 teaser going to be like? I have no idea, man. No idea. They keep pushing their luck with all that shit, man. The time is important. If a cat had thumbs, they'd be able to open their own food. And they no longer need us. I cry at most things, but most Disney or Pixar movies. You are single? No, I am not. I am currently obtained. It is. They came to her and Mike was like, you better. Omni, people can go to prom single. Not me, of course. I always had someone. I'm not a loser, but other people can. That is kind of how that came off, isn't it? I mean, that was kind of what I was going for, too. I was kind of being playfully douchey. I was like, I didn't admit it. This YouTuber has also got the word in one song entry. Damn you, BBC. Hoping for a Pokemon or Mighty Morphin Rangers reaction. Like OG Pokemon, I've seen all the way through, and then into Orange Islands, and then I can't remember where I stopped with the OG Pokemon, but I've seen all of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I mean, I'd be a phony if I hadn't. Seen all of Mighty Morphin, all 3 seasons. Seen Turbo. I've seen Zeo. I don't know that I've seen everything. I've seen bits and pieces of everything after that. Seen all of Dino Thunder, though. I think that's the last one I saw all of everything. And then I've seen all of the team-up episodes. And I've seen a fair amount from every other season, but I've never fully seen every season. I've heard Batman in the Bold movie, Damian is going to be the main Robin. Correct. I was hoping for Grayson to be, but what's your thoughts on this? I'm pretty sure because he's going to be Nightwing already. Because they said the Bat family is also going to be a part of the film. But Damian's our Robin, Bruce is our Batman, but that just implies the Bat family is around as well. And I think they confirmed as much as well. So, Nightwing, let's go. I'm currently reacting to Doctor Who, so check that out if you haven't. Vader gives me comfort. Oof. Would like to see you react to RWBY. Watched it back in 2018, and that's where I met my favorite singer ever. Interesting. Just no, in response to the Smurf movie. Yeah, I'm gonna second that. Which was better, Resident Evil 7 or 8? Heck, throw in Resident Evil 7 or DLC in there as well. If you ask me, like if you're going for the horror vibe, 7 really clears that, but I think 8 was just so much fun. I really enjoyed 8 a lot. The campy cast of characters, Dommy Mommy, Lady D, hell yeah. 7 was good, but I think I definitely preferred 8. What would you do with the Smurfs movie trailer with Rihanna voice acting? What do you, I think you think of the movie trailer with Rihanna voicing Smurfette. It was cringy as fuck. That's for sure. Monty's brother, Neith Ohm, took over voicing the character he voiced, Lei Rin. Lei Rin, that sounds familiar. Lei Rin. Yeah, okay. Okay, that was, at the time, that was my favorite character. So, interesting. Let's see. And yeah, choreography stumbled in season 4 and 5, which directly after Monty passed, but they did find its way back after 6+. How many seasons are there? I just realized I use the sob emoji in almost every message. Oh my god. Hey, it's fine. So Smurf you, mother Smurfer. Smurf that. Oh, I see, can't remember. Who's your favorite Smurf? Mine's Papa. I think it was... Probably. I don't know. Probably Clumsy, I think. Loved our entry. Clumsy. Handy Smurf, also a good pick. Is that a hint of Omni making his own Galaxy Con? If only. Do you have a Disney villain you love or hate? My favorite Disney villain is Maleficent, because Green Dragon, Kingdom Hearts, the powers of hell. She's just a baddie. Yeah, unapologetic. No redemption. That's another thing that really pissed me off about that fucking the Angelina Jolie movie. Again, sometimes I just cannot separate things from what they're supposed to be. Even though they presented the original film as propaganda. Anyway, you can headcanonly justify it or whatever. I like the original Maleficent. I didn't mind the second one as much. But anyway, side tangent. Maleficent. Bad bitch, evil, no redemption, get in there. Most hated villain? Fuck that Frollo, dude. Burn in hell. That guy. Yes. Darkly gets it. Frollo, most evil Disney villain, because he is just an evil person. And mine is King Candy. Had a terrible thought. Helluva Boss is also Sherlock Holmes. Blitzo is Sherlock. Moxie is Watson. Millie is Mary. Blitz is the farthest from a Sherlock. We can't cram Sherlock and Watson into every scenario. Would you mind sharing the dispute template with me on Discord? If not, that's fine. Oh, yeah, sure. Just shoot me a message. DM me on Discord. I'll send you my template. I've shared it with a couple of other people, so it's not like some secret sauce that I keep for myself. So yeah, just hit me up and I'll send it to you. Frollo from Hunchback. I would love to punch him in the face, even though Hellfire is a absolute tune. Thinking about Smallville episode reaction. I've still never watched all of Smallville. I've seen all of season 1, most of season 2, all of season 10, and then in between bits and pieces. So maybe at some point. There's 6 seasons. Why about the Supergirl thing? I won't go too deep into it, but like anytime they had a shot, they had to they purposely framed everything to like disrespect, belittle, and talk down to literally every opportunity they got. They had to lower him. And Supergirl, even in some comics canonically, is stronger than him. That's not the thing. It's the way they treated him, the way they talked about him. Like so often, it's always a lower to higher, lower to raise in every time he is talked about. Which is fine. Some circumstances he's not going to be fit for. But like it was like every time. And like even when it was implied, they said it out loud. I was just like, why? Why are we here? Why? Like so often, it just got to a point where I was just like, I just can't do this anymore. Like this stuff only exists because of this character, and it just felt so utterly disrespectful, and especially with the tone of everything else. I just like, oh my God. It got away from that though, thankfully. But yeah. Anyway. Can you hear the background music? And if you can, is it not driving you insane? I feel like watching somebody talk is fine, but if you're just talking, I die. No, I can hear it. I mean, sometimes I am just here and hearing silence, but I have it so it's not drowning out the microphone. I have it playing. I can hear it out of my headphones on my desk, because it does help a lot being able to also hear it. Michael Cudlett's Lex is so good, it beats John Cryer's Lex. I really like Cryer's Lex. I wasn't sure I was going to. Really liked it. Cudlett's, though, did do a really damn good job. Hey, watch it, Buster. What's up, Astrid? Greetings from Peru. Shouts out to Peru. Season 4 of Supergirl was my favorite, and it had Maul in it. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And honestly, that was that's the most political out of all of them. The show was always very political forward, but that was definitely the most pointed it had been, and I found it the most intriguing season. And he was an interesting villain. I really liked that arc a lot. It was probably my favorite season of the show. It was either that or the one with Rain. Watched your Loki reactions, amazing show recently, and the show really made us get attached to these new characters and learn some interesting new lore. Yes, it did a very, very good job. Michael Rosenbaum's Lex Luthor is amazing. He is still my favorite live action Lex. Even if I haven't seen all of Smallville, I don't need to. He's hands down the best Lex to me. I've met him too. He's a great dude. Great dude. I love his podcast as well. Met him and Tom last year. Did you feel like Supergirl in Smallville? Did you like Supergirl in the Smallville episodes? I wish he had stuck around more in that show. I'll be honest, I don't know if I've seen those episodes. I know of them. I can't remember if I've seen them myself. Oh, wow. What was so terrible about Supergirl season 5? There was next to no story. By the end of it, they're like, all right, we're done. Like, they just dropped the story midway through. Literally nothing culminates, nothing climaxes. It just meanders and nothing's like it had zero trajectory. And by the end of it, you can just skip from 4 to 6 and you missed fuck all nothing. Like, it was just a waste of time. Would you want Saul to represent you as your lawyer, Omni, and would you get a beer with him after? Yes and yes. Because I'm almost sure he would get me out of whatever I was in court for. And sure, he'd earn it after that. Wait, you also watched Terminator Zero, which was a Netflix anime. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Then that, because that was phenomenal. That was really fucking good. I forgot about that. I learned how to tie a tie for a TVA costume and then forgot how to do it. I still don't know. I'm fucking 37. I don't know how to tie a tie. What is a Time Lord? I've heard that said throughout the stream. It is a Time Lord. It is a species of alien. Humanoid, 2 hearts. Near immortal. If dying, can regenerate and resurrect into a new body to sustain themselves for even longer. Time-traveling entities governing time. Or just having fun. Big Mouth reaction. Never seen anything for that show. I've heard it come up a lot. The art style disgusts me, but who knows? Maybe one time. Maybe sometime. Cards. Okay, that was when we were talking about when I was asking, what do you mean about the Pokemon drama? Right. Wish I was writing the 13th area was good because I feel like she was such a good doctor, just giving shitty cards. Yes, 1000%. I like Jodie. I think she had such a great presence. Great look as the Doctor as well. I talked about my criticisms of Ncuti is that the Doctor doesn't have a defined look in this era, which I miss. But I liked her design. I liked her look. I hated her screwdriver though. And I liked her personality but we didn't get to know her. Like her character was not written out. Like she was introduced to us not knowing who she is. So she tries, like her in the first season, she's actively and knowingly imitating other doctors because she doesn't know who she is or what her personality distinction is, and her trying to find that all season long. And then we just never, there's too many companions. We spent more time on the companions, and by that point, and some of the companions, I really enjoyed their stories, but by the end of it, we never found out fuck all about her doctor. And that's not a failure on her, that's a failure on the writers. And her storylines were fucking ass. There was a couple of one-off episodes here and there that were really good, but it was just shit. Sorry, pointed. But she was great, and whatever hate she probably got, undeserved, because she's fantastic. Would you prefer Pokemon or Digimon? If we're talking about video games, Pokemon. I think it's just too iconic. But as far as the universe and the world, also Pokemon. But it's a tough one. I love Digimon. I am a huge Digimon defender. Me and my friends have an ongoing Digimon tabletop RPG that my buddy homebrewed that we've been playing for the last 2 years. And so I love Digimon. I mean, I got a whole Digimon corner back here. Favorite Digimon? Guess. Omn1. I know Omegamon for you Japanese folks that love the sub stuff, but to us Americans, it's Omn1. Anyway, I don't know, as I've gotten older too, Digimon, unlike Pokemon, has aged with its audience. Because we've seen their characters at 10, 11, 14, 17, 21, 27, and then 40. Like, you're never going to have that with Pokemon. I think in the new season, though, I heard they finally actually allowed the characters to get older in the subsequent season, which was a first. Digimon also is set in the real world too, so there's real landmarks, real references and events. Some of the Digidestined helped in 9/11. That's real lore. Like after the planes hit, some of them partook in like scavenging through the wreckage looking for survivors, you know, like it's just wild how Digimon tries to ingrain itself in reality. I love it. I love it so much. It's heavily underrated. Scalpers are not people. They're fucking evil. Do I play TTRPGs? Well, I just answered that question. My D&D campaign is on pause, but currently I'm playing Star Wars TPRG with a bunch of people every other week. That's been ongoing. I would love to find a Daggerheart group because I really love this new system that they just put out. Not sponsored, by the way. Unless, you know, they want to. But yeah, I'm looking forward to all that, man. Could you see Daniel Day-Lewis as Magneto? I don't know. Today. What does he look like right now? You know what? I take that back. I take that back. I could see it. I could see it. I could see it. Perks up. Did I hear a RWBY mentioned? You did. Probably a few times by this point. Time Lord is an alien from Gallifrey who can regenerate to different people. Kind of different people. Original Ben 10 is great. I feel bad for the parents who want to get their less than 13-year-old a Pokemon box only for there to be none due to Pokemon craze or having to go to eBay and buy them at ridiculously marked up prices. Like, just as an example, when I was trying to get a replacement graphics card, I had to wait forever. Not that I needed it. Like, it was working just fine, but I was desperately, it was getting out of date. I needed an upgrade. Like, for example, the MSRP for the one I was looking at was like $600. The going price for it was like $1,800 to $2,000. I waited for that shit to come down, man. Oh my God. All crazy about Pokemon all the way. I love Pokemon, man. I got the last set, but I still haven't had time to play Scarlet or Violet. But I heard I'm not missing much. Hopefully the performance might be a little bit better if you try to play it on the Switch too, which I don't have or haven't pre-ordered, so that's kind of moot at the moment, but should get some performance boosts out of it at least, one would hope. 2026 for House of the Dragon. No month has been revealed. Next year, House of the Dragon. Last thing, Christian Borle will be at GalaxyCon in my city in August. So will Vivian, some cast members from Happiness Hotel, and Helluva Boss. I'm hoping that they'll be at, I mean, I'm going to see most of them, I guess, like Christopher Borle and them will be at Animate Columbus next month. So I'll be catching him at least. And Michael Gillian Murphy, who plays Toph. That's another reason I wanted to go up there, because she rarely comes near my vicinity. But I'm also hoping that they sign up for Columbus this December. I love Pokemon, still currently watching the Journeys series. On Ash's final season. How do I tag properly? I think you just have to and then start typing and then click on it when it pops up. I think that's the only way to get it to work in the YouTube chat. We start calling Batman Batty Man because he's crazy. Every time you say Ronnie, I just think of Elden Ring. Makes sense. Makes sense. I probably would have if I was still deep in my Elden Ring like craze. The Boys season 5 is done filming. Can't wait to see how it all turns out. Same. By the way, I love your Doctor Who reactions. The show, at least, the newest Doctor Who era seems good. I don't know if I would watch it, all of it. It's a really long show. It's possible, though. Same with X-Files. X-Files is a priority. Fuck you. Sorry. No. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Am I? If you ask me which one you should watch, it's X-Files. Like, if you had to pick, but... Anyway. Take you 2 years to react to all of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. since there are so many episodes a season. Almost out of the way. We're almost there. We're almost there. Yeah, Michael, Alien Force has been amazing indeed. Oh yeah, not the same branch of content, but I'm attempting to go into content creation, and one thing has repeatedly slapped me in the face on how on earth do you deal with the motivation dips and how to be social. Well, the social part is barely any. The motivation, though, that is probably my hardest hurdle, because I mean, I do this and I work a regular job. I wouldn't say regular job, because I do have the luxury, at least currently, of these last 2 years to be able to work from home, which wasn't always the case while running the channel, which made things very difficult. So I do have that as a benefit, but it's just, I don't know. I just do. I just know I have a deadline. It's more about my fear of disappointing everybody else that gets me through a lot of it, but I procrastinate a lot, working up the motivation to get into things. I'm sorry, dinner with the X-Files creator? Yeah, when I went to the 30th anniversary File Fest, it was a X-Files only convention. They had like 20, 30 people from the show, writers, actors, and all kinds of people there. If you go to my Twitter, I have it tagged, all the people I met there. It was the 30th. I cheesed out. I bought the VIP package and everything, which included a small dinner with a group of people and Chris Carter and Frank Spotnitz. And yeah, getting to sit down and chit chat and talk about the show with the guy that made it was a lot of fun. Super surreal. Have you seen the show called X-Files? I'm sure it's right up your alley. I'm joking. Deek. I'm wondering if they would use the Defenders music in season 2 Born Again like they did with the old D&D theme. Probably. I would imagine so. Critical Drink actually roasted Star Wars Theory on his Sake the Empire Wouldn't Condone essay, and he sat there and took it. I think I didn't click on it. I didn't watch it, but I did see I think I saw somebody sharing that. But yeah, I saw his tweet. Somebody shared it, being like, "Oh, what world did we got into where these people are actually enjoying it?" And they shared like Critical Drinker talking about how it's like peak Star Wars and peak TV. I don't remember what all he said, but like, yeah, shocking that anybody from that circle like glazed Andor so much. And respect for doing that. The little bit of respect I think I'd give to anybody from those circles. To see them like turn on each other is kind of interesting. Obviously, I must ask the best question: infinite bacon or no games, or games, unlimited games, but no games. I would take games over infinite bacon. I don't know in what scenario you would even... Wait, hold on. What? I'm confused on the second bit. Games, unlimited games, but no games? So nothing? Give me games. Let's see. Plot and writing for Supergirl was the weakest thing. The characters and were a delight. Yes, canonically Supergirl is stronger than Superman. Not sure why. Age, radiation, efficiency, a couple of other attributes, I think. The difference is, I think, too, is that Superman's absorbed more solar radiation over it, so it's all restriction based for him. It just depends on who's writing at that point too. But I think at this point, Clark, I mean, there's nothing short of Dr. Manhattan that is stronger than him in current comic stuff. So it's just the eye of whoever wields the pen, really, at the end of the day. But there was a stint where, for one reason or the other, Supergirl was canonically stronger, which logistically makes sense in the way it was explained. But we've gotten away from that. And it's not even the strength thing that bothered me about it. It's just the sheer amount of disrespect. I could care less. You give me a scenario where it makes sense. Whatever, define it, go for it, get it. But the show just did not care. Like, he was literally just a comparison point to beat down. Like, it was ridiculous. Happy that Krista Ritter is back. Same. Can't wait to see her rocking the leather jacket and jeans again. Same. So excited. We've known, I mean, it's been speculated for a long time now, but now we know it is confirmed. Let's go. I like the Acolyte. I'm glad you did. I liked the choreography. I liked the fights, the way they were shot. I liked the Stranger. I liked some of the characters. The story was, the story had potential, but the way it was presented, I think, was ass. And our lead was the least interesting character in the entire show. It either needed less episodes or more episodes, which is weird to say. Because honestly, you could probably have made it better going either direction. I think a YouTuber, like a good editor, could make a better, I wouldn't say save it, but a better version of that, what we got. Good Star Wars channel I watch is Star Wars Explained. They explain Star Wars. Also a good go-to for all of that too. Hearing the Star Wars is becoming toxic reminds me of The Last of Us recently. Love season 2. I remember the praise season 1 got, but why the fuck is Bella getting so much shit now? It does feel like Bella's, the shit that people are giving Bella is gotten so much. It's just a lot louder now than it was last season. I don't know why. I think some of it has to do with the fact that they don't like that she doesn't look that different between, but it's always been about how she looks at the end of the day. That's always what people are harping on, and I just don't get it. And then people talking about her having a unemotional performance, which I also don't get. I get she doesn't look like the character in the game. Sure, fine, I get it. But I think she's been doing a really good job. But yeah, it's very amped up. But Star Wars has been toxic for decades, before The Last of Us even existed. So yeah. This is when you called out Catherine LaSalle. Gotta go. This was fun. Take it easy, hero. You're probably already gone by this point. Well, Star Wars Theory actually succumbed to his fan base and will now cover Andor, even though it's over now, and he previously said he wouldn't cover it. Well, funny. I quit the Acolyte after episode 5. I think episode 5 was the last episode that I enjoyed. I think that's the one with the big fucking brawl, right? Was that 5 or 6? That was probably no, it wasn't even probably. That was the best episode in the show. Was the Jedi Slaughter Fest. Do you ever worry about having too many viewers in a stream to a point where the chat becomes impossible to keep up with because you're a fairly big YouTuber? Yes. Yes, because here we are, an hour and 20 minutes past my usual comfortable end time because I've gone on too many tangents. But yeah, my fear is getting to the point where it gets to the point where I have to stop and then it has to turn into super chats to get everything that wants to be got. I don't like that, but it might, I mean, hell, it might get to that point at some point, but I mean, that's the sign of growth, right? But it just makes me feel bad because I don't like leaving people feeling left out. My favorite master is Missy. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, she's fantastic, man. How much can I super chat you to go watch Lilo and Stitch with a smile on your face? I probably won't go to a more serious note. I don't know, man. I don't know. Did you hear this Penguin season 2 is not happening? I'm glad actually that it's good close up to the end of that. I didn't hear a definite on that. So yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. I can't get Noel Fielding going. Let's talk about acting. Who the fuck is John Sim? Out of my head. Shout out to anyone who gets that reference. Yeah, I don't get that one. Palpatine tortures children, terrors and inquisitors. I mean, not even that. I mean, he literally captures them, experiments them, dissects them, harvests their organs, mulches them up for his necromancy project. I mean, that's why we saved Grogu, is to get him away from that. We saw Omega almost get brought in on all of that. Like, it's more than, I mean, that's in it too, but it's also more than that. Almost worse than that. Can we see Ahsoka in a Dave Filoni film? Depends on if she's still stranded off in that other galaxy or not by the end of season 2. Good. Just finished watching Kingman and the Golden Circle, and wow, Pedro Pascal got a brutal death in that film. Yes, he did. I didn't like the second one as much as the first one. The first one was really good. I wasn't a huge fan of the second one. I still haven't seen the new one. And the one, oh no, that was that one. Never mind. Yeah. Feel a bit bubbly watching the stream. Generally improve my mood. Your happiness is infectious. We must quarantine. Or not. Just let it infect you. Sometimes the way people deliver the negative comments, you maybe say negative things, but it never sounds annoying or nasty, if that makes sense. That's good. That's good, at least. Did you watch Lois and Clark from the 90s? Thoughts? I've seen bits and pieces, but I've never really sat down and watched it. No. Love Mando Season 3. I love Real Rejects, but I could not make it through some of their Star Wars reviews. Same. I love Greg and John to death. I love them, but they were among many people that I feel like I just legitimately don't think they were watching or paying attention. I don't know if it was burnout. I don't know if it was because it was late at night. They were recording these things. They were tired. I don't know. I'm sure I understand some criticisms, definitely, but like whole themes, arcs, storylines, character choices, the motivations, the structure, even what the theme of the season was about. People just were not getting it. And I was like, what the fuck? How did we watch something and get out of this so drastically on different ends of the spectrum here? Vader also choked his pregnant wife and slaughtered a bunch of kids. You know, funny. Vader just do it. Oh, he's just a funny little guy. What's up, Glitch? How are you? Rewatching Agents of Shield for the 6th time currently. Hell yeah. What's up, All Spark? Greetings from the UK. Shouts out. The space helmet Ellie put on must have been dusty as fuck after 25 years of an apocalypse. Thankfully, it was in that glass cabinet, so it may have been pretty okay. Who knows? You should react to Amazing Digital Circus. We talked about that earlier. I'm going to try to get to it eventually. Damn, I want to know what happens in that Mando season. We'll never see. Yeah. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll look out and it'll get made. But also, I don't want them to overextend their welcome, you know? It felt like, season 3 felt like a decent bookend. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in the movie. When Joel died, I was saying no for 5 minutes, and then seeing Ellie crawl over to him genuinely made my stomach churn. And the beginning of the next episode with her screaming made me cry so hard. The fact that also that wasn't in the game, that was something they decided to change and alter there, was Ellie expected to die with him, so she wanted to be with him. So she crawled over, and just like when she was trying to protecting him back on their journey to Utah, that whole episode where he was wounded, she had to take care of everything. They curl up in the exact same position and grab hands and everything. And I think that was a good choice, because she expected and even wanted to die with him in that moment if she was going to. So then she wakes up alive and he's gone, and that doesn't happen. It's just another one of the many tragic things that befalls them throughout this whole thing. Just watched a recent episode of Doctor Who, and I would have been watching your reactions this season. Hell yeah! Well, thank you for joining over here as well. I like Omni's laughing fits because it makes me laugh. I can't remember what show it was when you went on a minute-long laughing fit. Who knows? I know there was one time, I can't remember what it was, but I was laughing so hard and so long, I thought I was going to actually pass out for a minute. Crying movies that have animals, that Planet of the Apes. I need to finish those eventually. Didn't you not love Wynn's obsession with Superman? That scene with Wynn mouthing, "I love you," standing behind Superman, I still think about it. There's little moments like that, though, but like they were few and far between, I think. I didn't go to prom because I was single and painfully shy in high school. I lucked out, to be fair. I was also painfully shy. I got hooked up at the time, so it worked out. My effort in obtaining said guest was very minimal. You're single? No, I'm not. I am obtained. Obtained is the best word for being taken I've ever used. Dang, if only I didn't break up recently. Don't get to use funny wording. I'm sorry to hear about that though, but maybe soon you will be reobtained. Are you excited for Rick and Morty this week? I don't watch that shit. I watched the first 2 seasons and the fandom ruined it for me. The Rick and Morty craze made it physically revolting to see anything related to that show, and I've just never gone back since. And I currently don't have a desire to. Like, I just couldn't. It was in every store, it was in everywhere, it was on the news, and the fandom was obnoxious. So I was just like, I couldn't even look at it. Everyone votes so he can react to Amazing Digital Circus. That's not going to be a vote thing, so don't worry about that. It will happen, but whenever I get to it. Have you been watching Blind Wave's Pokemon reactions with Aaron and his kids? No, I have not. I might have to check that out. I didn't know that was the thing. I'm going to get an Infinity Gauntlet to wear during these streams. What'd I do with it? Immediately, my brain went to fisting with the Infinity Gauntlet. That would be fucking insane. Anyway, I'm so annoyed that Batman Part 2 with Pattinson is holding back the DCU Batman. Fairly annoying. Hopefully they get that shit figured out. Vader gives me comfort, followed by a stare of oof and own. The roast without any roasting goes crazy. You're welcome. Let's see. I was so scared in RE8 because Ethan couldn't catch a break. RE7, especially when he lost his fucking hand. And then you're just like, how the fuck did he just put it back on? Then they answer that. Because I was like, I know that herb juice ain't that good. Anyway, RE7 was my introduction, but I wasn't a big fan as I am now. I should have started with RE2 way back when. Hey, all good, man. You got there. I love the Resident Evil franchise. I love it to death. There's 9 volumes of RWBY, and they are relatively short compared to most mainstream stuff. If it's anything like Red vs. Blue, they're like 3 to 5 minute episodes, right? And it's like maybe like 20 something per volume, if that's right. Oh, by the way, Michael, in one of your recent videos, you said you were socially awkward and didn't know how to talk when you were younger, right? You're way more relatable than I thought. Oh yeah, dude. This helped so much. Because even in my late 20s, whenever I started all this, it wasn't that great. This honestly helped with a lot of that. I mean, it's way better. Show choir helped a lot. But I was still pretty, I don't know. I still struggled to like engage and talk and get outside of myself a lot, even after all of that. And this really, really helped. Do you have a theory about why Mrs. Flood is subservient to the Ronnie, considering they are both Ronnie? I have nothing on that. I don't know. why that automatically became their dynamic, and only now Ronnie is like getting flustered by it. I don't know. But then she's like, you're basically my daughter, which I think that's going to come into play with the Doctor and Poppy maybe, but we'll see. V1 is less than 2 hours. V2 is 2.5 hours. 320. Oh, it just keeps going up. Just keeps going. Red versus Blue did very much the same thing though. I just finished both RE0 and RE1. Now, I'll say this: I've still never played RE0. I've still never played RE0, and I desperately need to. For reboot, that is. Is anyone back for Toy Story 5? Most of the people are back for Toy Story 5. What's your opinions on AI? Fuck it. Because I find that people either like it too much or have a feeling that it's inherently bad. I feel like it's just a tool that people shouldn't misuse. Fuck it. Get it the hell out of art. Make it to streamline, maybe like production stuff, like spreadsheets, data analysis, or maybe something like that. But then again, somebody can do that too. I just like, as far as creating art or imitating people or whatever, it just fuck it, get it out. It defeats the entire purpose. Preach. I think that was me talking about how much of a bad Maleficent was. Frollo, yep, Frollo, most evil. For comparison, shows like My Hero is like 50 hours long, whereas RWBY is like 26 hours over the same amount of seasons, so it has left runtime, which is seen as criticism, but I think they do it with it well. My Hero is one I want to get to at some point as well. Which series do you like more, Disney or Star Wars? What? I don't know what you mean by that, so clarify and I will get back to that. Currently 9 volumes in, the average is CRs plus, volume 3, that's a major animation bump, happens and we get another V6. My favorite is Yang. Frollo be burning in all the circles of hell. Yang is one of my favorite too. Also, I can't share because Omni doesn't know them. Maleficent should have stayed a petty bitch. Yes. Cruella de Vil should have stayed evil and cruel. Yeah, I hate this, like, oh, we gotta make them sympathetic or misunderstood. Blech. Give me a fucking baddie. What the? Like, I get what they tried to do with Maleficent. It was like, oh, she's misunderstood. She's fallen. She just became the bad thing that they thought she was. And that the true story, the animated movie, is propaganda. Like, that's the lie they want you to believe. Like, treating it like the type of propaganda you would peddle to, like, turn you against a minority is basically what the live-action Maleficent called the original movie. Especially, I mean, they directly call it out as such in the opening intro of the movie. Like, that frustrated me to no end, man. Let people just be evil at times, man. That's what made her so cool. And then Cruella was like, oh, they think I kill animals? Well, just let them believe it. I save animals. Now, don't get me wrong, Cruella, the movie, it was a good movie. It wasn't a good Cruella movie. Anyway, that Helluva Holmes was the smoke talking. Joe Swanson in the Bee movie was the only sane person, but vilified because he didn't want his fiance to marry a bee. I've never seen that movie. I don't plan on it. I just want to point out that Vader isn't my comfort character. Mine was actually Ash Ketchum and Spider-Man. Those make way more sense. The Doctor is Sherlock. I know nothing about Sherlock lore. Despite being British, I cannot continue this joke. Joke under construction. Assistance required. Joke under construction. There's some similarities between the Doctor and Sherlock for sure. Do you have any thoughts on Ted getting an animated series? It's probably cheaper than the show, but I'm looking forward to I think we're still getting a season 2 of the show, I hope. Because the show was, the live action show, season 1 was fantastic. You like jazz? All hail Maleficent, the mistress of evil. Yes. Do you remember the fairy tale aspect of RWBY? Yes, I do. It's a little fun, a little extra aspect of the show where you try to guess which characters are inspired by what fairy tales or other stories. That was something I remember trying to figure out as I was going along. The Lex from Titans is the best Lex, clearly on me. Sheldor? Sheldor. 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 Stop it. Are you excited for Stranger Things Season 5 trailer? Fuck yeah, I am. I cannot wait to see what they do with this. How they bring this to a close. Saul would also entertain you and how he gets you out of court. Also very true. It's always a show as well. He always puts on a good show. A rule of thumb for lawyers, Matt Murdock if you're innocent, Saul Goodman if you're guilty. I mean, to be fair, Saul Goodman if you're either, but especially if you're guilty. But Matt, he's a good lawyer. Really good lawyer. Did you hear? I don't know. I have no idea how to say her name. Deacon Lockman has been cast as Yang Chen in Avatar. I did see that. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what they do. They also cast Hama, which also is meaning, again, the structure is going to get even more fucked up. Because Hama, again, we did season 2 stuff in season 1. Now we're doing season 3 stuff in season 2. Whatever. Chris Chibnall effed up Doctor Who as a showrunner. Agreed. Omn1 for the win. That moment in the movie is so fucking fire. Yes, it is. Sick as hell. And as much as I understand, like, the American version, like, bastardized a lot and cut out a lot from the 3 OVAs that made it up, I would sacrifice all of that for the soundtrack that we got in the American release. And the hype fucking moment that came with that reveal, so good. Hey Cat Dad, happy Saturday and have a great weekend. You too, Kate. Quite rarely do shows age with their audience, but it shows that their people behind the scenes know their age group. Yes, agreed. I agree with that a lot. Bryan Cranston as Apocalypse, as the voice, sure. Physically, don't know. My graphics card is like a GTX 1970 or something. Probably a 970, I would imagine. I don't believe there was no 1970. Maybe a 970. Because I had a 980 Ti for a while. Then I went to a 2080 Ti. I'm currently in a 4090, which was a big old jump. Just stopped working cause of an NVIDIA thing, so I need to spend 300 pounds to continue a project. That sucks. That sucks. Buying anything electronic right now is rough. Villa Time was canceled, right? Yes. You should do a reaction video to the show Rami. No idea what that is. What's my favorite joke? I don't know. I have no idea. What are your thoughts on Predator Badlands trailer with the Independence Day alien? Makes me wonder what a xenomorph would look like from it. Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was wild because that quite clearly looks like the same thing. I thought that was a crazy little reveal to put in there if that is the case, but I'm excited for it either way. I don't care. Let's go. More Predator stuff, please. Should I try getting into the X-Files? What's it like in compared to stuff like Doctor Who and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. so I have a general idea? Well, it's about 2 FBI agents who investigate the paranormal. One believes in the paranormal, one doesn't. One's basically a Sherlock Holmes type. He's a little awkward. He's kind of an outcast. Like, he's the believer. She's the skeptic. She's a doctor, much like with Watson. Her role is kind of to, initially debunk all of his projects, but it turns into helping kind of facilitate an avenue of scientific presence. But it goes through sci-fi, horror, comedy. It's aliens, ghosts, demons, monsters. It runs the gods, deities. It runs the gamut. It's hard to really kind of pocket into one thing. I don't know how to compare. It's closest, I think, to maybe Doctor Who. You got Agents with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Doctor Who and all the weird alien encounters is a little closer, but it's a little more horror centric, a little more conspiracy focused, a little more, it's got everything. It's one of those things where it's even if you might not like the overall vibe, I guarantee at least one episode would knock your socks off. I think there's at least an episode for everybody because they run the entire gamut of the genre sphere. Always with a little bit of a supernatural or preternatural edge to it. It's just good. And you'll see a lot of familiar faces throughout it as well. And you'll see kind of some tropes, some ideas, some things that kind of you might recognize in some of your favorite shows from today that kind of all started there. The Breaking Bad universe would not have happened if it wasn't for X-Files. I like coming back to that. You guys know that. Vince Gilligan, who created all of that, he started off on the X-Files, and a lot of the people that he ended up casting, he cast because he worked with them in the X-Files. And thanks to the X-Files, the only reason we got Walter White as Bryan Cranston as Walter White is because of it as well. But anyway, I think I used that exact same spiel before, like just last week as a pitch. Scully doesn't believe at first. Yeah, it takes a lot. She's a skeptic. She's a firm believer in what you can see, what you can prove. But yeah, their dynamic is fascinating, and they're like, honestly, as much as I love Mulder, I think over time, the older I get, the more I love Scully. I think the most out of that show. Her storylines, I think, are always the most complex, and she changes the most from beginning to end. Anyway, yeah. Curse the Deadline. By the way, have you heard that? Yeah, somebody just mentioned that. Actually, I know the worst description of a Time Lord, but I'll give my Who Bean card. Yours was much better. No, I mean, you did fine. Like a very short and concise description. It's more than my fear of failing everybody else that pushes me. Oh man, digital hug incoming. You're awesome sauce, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You fancy. Be awesome to see you react to Star Trek Generations, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, and the movie First Contact. I've seen First Contact. Other than the J.J. Abrams films, the only other piece of Star Trek media I've seen is First Contact. But I've always wanted to eventually try to get into the Star Trek proper world. Already read this one. Looks like a repost. What was your collaboration you never expected? Show, movie, game, any media? Mine was Dungeons & Dragons X Dead by Daylight. I don't know. I'm sure there's something, but I am blanking so hard right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really drawing a blank. I'm sorry. Also, the RWBY soundtrack is also fire. The lyrical songs do relate to the characters in a fun, insightful way. People would love to see your reactions to the banger songs. You are peak YouTube. Well, thank you. I wouldn't say that, but I appreciate that you believe such a thing. Don't worry, I would definitely watch X-Files instead of Doctor Who first. Someday. Battlefront 3, spread the word. Yes, Battlefront 3. Give it. DBZ versus DBS. DBZ. DBS has some cool moments, but overall, it's a little bit of a mess. Also, I'd love to see you react to Star Trek. Everything else, please, can we clone Omni? Dude, if there was an ability out there that I would love to have, it would be Shadow Clone Jutsu. And I think Adam with Previews said the exact same thing, because we could just get more shit done. If I had infinite bacon, I would go to the doctor twice a week. Yeah, that's fair. Dr. Man had crazy OP. Yes, indeed. Unless infinite bacon somehow processes in the system as a healthy food, it is not being considered. Yes. Do you think Superman is babysitting Crypto in the movie or for Supergirl? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Endless games over infinite bacon. Yes. Are you a wine person or craft beer person? I am definitely not a beer person. So give me wine or anything with like a fruit tinge or honey, like my honey whiskey, and I'll be good. What franchise do you think you would live through? Predator or Alien? let's be real. I would die. I would die in both. I might stand a better chance in Alien. So I think if there was a possibility, it might be Alien. Predator, just don't have weapons. You know what? That's a good point. Just don't be a target. I changed my mind. That's the obvious duh. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You're gonna die no matter what. If you're an alien, you're around an alien. Predator won't hunt you if you're not a worthy trophy. He doesn't just kill indiscriminately. Wow. Depends on the take. AVP, some weird shit happens. But, yeah. Yay. Mad Hatter. Hee hee, man. Hat man, you say wait here with the clothes and it turns into the puddle of mush. You ever see someone defend someone clearly evil, cough cough cheetah man, and wonder how genuinely think that, like, how? Do you see the same world? Is our knowledge of the same? Yeah, no, I feel that all the fucking time. To a maddening extent sometimes. PBJ sandwich versus bologna sandwich. Bologna. I would rather have bologna than peanut butter jelly. What are your thoughts on Predator Badlands trailer with the end? You know, we already said this 3 times. Steve, have you guys seen the show Rami? You also sent that already. Star Wars Theory knows so much about Star Wars lore that he doesn't know the Empire is obviously based on the yin 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 yin. Yeah. I don't know, man. Dude, there's so much lore too that he chooses to not talk about too. That counter a lot of points he brings up sometimes. It's just so... whatever. We've talked about that enough. I say Bella has been killing it with her performance. Same. Heard that SWT is starting to reconsider watching Andor. Somebody else just said that earlier. The only thing in season 2 I didn't like was the random sex scene. It felt out of place. Seeing that it wasn't in the game just made it felt even weirder decision. I mean, I kind of get it. Like in the moment, I think character-wise it makes some sense, but it's fine. It didn't bother me at all, but it was kind of just like, oh, well, here we go. Nobody washed their hands. Rogue One was good. Agreed. Have you ever played Doki Doki Literature Club? No, I have not. I feel like something you'd appreciate is a bit of slow burning. You need to not be in a down mood. I've heard it's pretty dark. I've seen some playthroughs of it, but I've never played it. Love your tangents. More tangents. Giggity. I like Bella for the most part in season 2. I love her more in season 2 than 1. There are certain elements I didn't like, but that's on the writing, not the acting. Fair. I do love Tommy and Dina and their highlights for the season. Same. I was gonna say movie. Game Dina, I really like so much. Or sorry, show Dina, I like a lot more than Game Dina. She's got way more personality. Tommy, I like him both. But we got, I don't know, Gabriel Luna, man. He's just great. He adds a whole lot to it. Sounds like regular Monday to me. Some fans can't separate the actor from the character, like Abby. They are evil for going after actors who played Abby. Negan, Jeffrey Dean Morgan got hit with a purse by an old lady. The kid that played Joffrey, he got harassed all the damn time too. Yeah, that shit's fucking annoying. Hot dog versus hamburger. I'd probably go hot dog on most days. By the way, just in case anyone doesn't remember or doesn't know, Bella is non-binary. I notice people here mostly call them she/her. Yes, Bella also says anything's fine, so I'm not going to like come down on anybody. She also answers, yeah, there I go, do it again. It's hard too when Bella's playing a female. So like sometimes you get so used to referring to Ellie that it gets the wires crossed. But I'm not going to harp on it all that much just because Bella doesn't harp on it all that much. Or doesn't even really all that care, to be fair. Because even in certain interviews and even castings, like, they'll opt for she, her. But if it was like a no-go and she was like, meh, then yeah. But I'm not going to come down to anybody in here for like using one way or the other. Like if it truly bothered them, then yeah. But that's like always, like every interview reiterates that Honestly, any is fine. So, why not? Roll the dice. Use them all. 3 hours. Palpatine, in-depth description of horrific things to children. Oh, he isn't just dark. I'm evil. Evil like thought. Evil like Jesus. He's a genuinely evil, huh? Really got to get into that Star Wars, don't I? What's up, Nick Graff? Did you actually ever see Samurai Jack? If yes, how did you find it? I mean, it was just, I remember when it first aired on Cartoon Network. I can't remember if I saw every episode, and I haven't seen the new one. I have not seen the new one. So I don't know how the story continues, but I did watch a shit ton of it. I don't know if I saw all of it though, but I don't know. It's just, it came on to the Cartoon Network circles, and I was like, oh, cool, Samurai Guy, let's go. Hamburger Easy. It's gotta be I don't know, it's gotta be a good. Steven, stop spamming stuff. Bella's Ellie could be a baby face who doesn't age quick. 15 to 19, sometimes your face doesn't change that much. Especially, yeah, it happens. It happens, but it accentuates it. I understand it in a narrative sense, because visually it's supposed to help you get in a time skip head space. But the thing is, they did a really good job, and Bella did a really good job, and the costuming, makeup team all did a good job, because, like, Ellie looked older, despite not being, looked older, carried herself older, dressed older. Everything about her felt like 5 years has passed to me. Even though, realistically, if you just look at her face, everything's kind of the same. But there's like almost an innocence that's lost in that 5 years, if that makes any sense. There's these subtle things that they did that actually did a really good job at selling those 5 years for me. You should react to Adventure Time. I've seen a couple episodes, but never too much. Maybe one day. Okay, no Pico season 2, but I want to see him and Sophia again. Same. Pizza. Did I say pizza? Pizza. I felt bad for Joel. Same. Do you think they will make a sequel to Elemental? Probably not, but who knows? Do you think they'll get a new Doctor by the end of the season? Considering I don't know if Shooty's sticking around, but we also don't know if the show is getting greenlit for another season yet. So I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. With the Ronnie and Omega in the next episode, I did see a comment. It was like, chances the Doctor is regenerating in the next episode is now at 95%. And I was like, I kind of agree. A YouTuber playing Last of Us Part 2 for the first time had a great point that Ellie and Dina getting high on weed wasn't smart in an apocalypse. I mean, they're getting high all the damn time in this show, so it's not surprising. I mean, who is it smart? No. Do you need to cherish your little joys and your little escapes, your little reprieves, a little moment of feeling good? Sure, go for it. In that world, living just to live is just, whatever. I can forgo that. I like to think Anakin had an awkward reunion with the Jedi in the Force Ghost Heaven. Force Ghost Heaven. Oh yeah, for sure. Wait, it was that scroll mention in Daredevil Born Again where it broke you for 2 minutes. Yes, that was it. Yeah, that was one. Mr. Robot's so good. I've heard good things about it. It's on my list of shows for the polls, but we'll see if it ever wins one. Just realized why it's so easy for me to get connected to this channel. You remind me so much of my Dungeon Master. Holy shit! It's a reincarnation of our good lord, Benicius. Benicus? Benicucus? Fisting? Apes strong. Again. Steven. It's crazy how the first ounce of rebellion happened on Palpatine's home planet of Naboo and Andor. I like that they talked about that. That was purposeful. That was Luthen chose that as a direct fuck you as his first thing, because it was Palpatine's home planet. It's like he started off his first act of terrorism on that place because it's Palpatine's home world, which is funny. It was meant to be a big middle finger to the establishment, the head of everything, a message. Werewolf took a big chunk out of Ethan's hand. I was like, how the F did he just walk that off? And then he just straight lost his hand and just goes like, oh, that's inconvenient. And we're done. Somehow Rick and Morty was so blind to me for so many years until the film theory brought it up and checked it out. Never went to my prom. I just didn't want to go, so I went around with a friend's house and we watched a movie. Hey, sounds like a chill night. I wrecked my car, one of them, so probably would have been better not going one time. Got ran off the road by some jackass on a back road. Death battle using a lantern again. Oh yeah, I haven't watched the new death battles. You should react to a show called Preacher. Maybe. I feel like if the master by generated both versions of him or her would fight to lead the other. Oh, for sure, probably. And who knows, that they could, like I said in my reaction, that could explain some of the shenanigans that have gone on with the master over the years. Spreadsheets, data analysis. Get it the fuck out of art. I classify it in being art as misuse. I think that'd just be great to keep things that anyone hate. More time with us to be creative too. Did you hear about the F up in the AI? Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of the crazy shit this AI Darth Vader has been doing. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought that was a bad idea? I liked Red versus Blue. I loved it. I loved it up until the church fully left and they went to that other planet and got stranded there. That was fine, but that was when it took its turn. Once the freelancer stuff came to a close, it kind of lost its stride. Your laugh always makes me laugh. I'm glad. I've always been self-conscious about my laugh, but I'm fucking let it fly. It doesn't matter at this point. I only have one laugh. I have to get going on. I mean, have a little Omni. Have a good one. I slurred that my own word. Name? Yes. Take it easy, Sheldor. Sorry, I meant for the franchise you prefer, Disney or Star Wars? Star Wars. Like, if we're just talking as a blanket, Star Wars. Over just general Disney? Yeah. Runs to soapbox. Only Sleeping Beauty that is propaganda is the pretense that Aurora's dress is pink. It is not. It is blue. Rant over. Blue agreed. Just give me evil movies. Your situation, I understand. And yeah. But for like in replace of artists, like for businesses and companies like that, for sure, definitely, fuck no. Like there is gray areas. We talked about this before, but like the way the industry is so itching because it cheapens everything, and by cheapening everything, that means they don't pay everybody, and that's where it starts to get disgusting and yuck, and that's just yeah. And also, Fortnite. SAG-AFTRA is suing them right now because of all that. If it wasn't for your channel, I'd feel extremely alone. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm so grateful that we can be a little bit of a beacon here for you. Also never finished Titans, so I have no idea what that Lex looks like. He's in a single fucking episode, so don't worry about it. I like what we had with Joker 1 with a guy who was who has it bad, sees everybody against him, then kills him except for that one guy. Okay, I'm out now. Have a great week. Always watched Benedict Sherlock's To Meet the Doctor. Oh, that would be cool. I loved Benedict Sherlock. So good. I love that show. Superboy Lex. RoboCop versus Terminator. RoboCop would probably pull that out. RoboCop's kind of crazy. Dredd versus K. I don't know who you are talking about when you say K. When is Stranger Things 5 actually coming? Later this year, fall, winter, one of the two. But we're getting a trailer next week, I think, our first look. Also enjoying Tara and Andrew reactions on RR. Same. I watched their new episodes today. Years ago, I've seen many thumbnails from those incel YouTubers about them shitting on Jodie's doctor or the actress, but haven't clicked on them. Good, don't. Have I ever watched Meat Canyon? I watch, I've unfortunately watched some of, I was forced to watch, thank you, Barry, one of his animated shorts, and it was disgusting. Talented work, great art, disgusting. But I've been turned into a lot of his just regular, him talking about shit. We watch a lot of that together. Papa Meat, I watch. But his animated stuff, I haven't dabbled too much into. But him stuff, I've seen a lot of at this point. Doctor Who without the time travel. Kinda. Doctor Who meets Twin Peaks meets whatever. Sorry, Walter wouldn't be in Breaking Bad and cooking meth with Jesse if it wasn't for X-Files. Damn. Better Call Saul. Yep. Just to kind of recount what I said last weekend, because the studio executives didn't want to hire the guy from Malcolm in the Middle for a serious role, a dramatic role. They didn't think he could do it. But Vince Gilligan showed them the episode where he guest starred on X-Files, and they changed their tune and approved hiring him because that's who he wanted. So who knows? Fun. Did you watch Sandman? If so or not, are you interested in season 2? Yes, I reacted to this first season of Sandman, and I will be seeing it to the end. So I will be watching season 2. So if you haven't seen my reactions to season 1, go watch that. I would love it if you brought more Star Trek stuff to your channel, such as Generations, Voyager, Deep Space Nine. First Contact was my favorite movie. I really like First Contact. I had not a lot of context to go off of. The reaction should be on his channel somewhere. Yep. Haven't seen the movie Brightburn. I have got a review for it up. Wasn't a huge fan. I need to get the Star Trek series as a whole on DVD. Recorded some of the series on a DVR, but in multiple reasons. I'm just trying to catch up because I need to have dinner at some point. That's cool. Oh man, DVRing shit. Oh. When you watch the Gravity Falls, remember one thing and one thing only. Every mundane thing has some secret code. There is a code in this show that is still yet to be decoded. I will probably forget, and I'm probably just going to watch the show. People keep recommending me Brightburn. It's fine. It didn't deliver in the way that I think it should have. I'd live through Predator because I know the rules and it wouldn't hunt me. I'd be a target on purpose. I'm not out here trying to live through all that. If you were in that scenario, respect. You know what? If I was in a scenario where that's even a possibility, just end me now. Just take me now. Respect. Sorry for the repost. It's all good, but just know that if I haven't read it, I'm just not there yet. If clone myself or prime me would do absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, one would just be, I'd be playing all the games I don't have time to play. And then other me would be editing, doing all the other shit and getting all that shit. I'd be doing so much shit. Already sent this 3 times. Steve. Feel like you're ready to throw hands there. Beware, Steve. He's in your walls. It's very fair. As we were talking about Bella. I don't know if I like Tommy following Seattle considering he has a kid. Do you think his wife knows? Oh no. I think they said that they're not aware. Maybe the council wasn't aware, but I think he goes even against her own whims, if I remember correctly. If she doesn't, is she gonna whoop his ass when he gets back? Who knows? We'll see. Things are playing out a little bit differently here. Some of the same, a little different. Who's to say? I think Cecil should train the other heroes to be like he did because he sees Mark as the strongest guy, but we need a teamwork like how they fought the Conquest. Definitely. The Mighty Ducks trilogy reaction sometime. You mentioned the animated series before. I remember watching the animated series. I'm sure I've seen at least one of the Mighty Ducks films. Because I didn't care for sports at the time, and I was very disappointed that there were no ducks. Because the first thing I ever saw was the animated series. I don't know that I ever paid attention, and honestly, it was so long ago, I don't remember fuck all from any of it. I generally did not know Bella was non-binary. There's another reason. The assholes hate them. Oh yeah, y'all, that's just another loaded thing to throw into the vast majority of bullshit that they're using to sling hate at this person. So I just saw a comment hate video saying, I bet she becomes trans too. As a trans person, F them. F them indeed. Discovered you through Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was rewatching it for the first time and I've already caught up to you on season 5, waiting for your upload before I move on to the next. Aw, I'm sorry to hold you back. I'll be doing that frequently. I almost wish Rogue One got more time to be a team and go on a mission, but that's kind of just Rebels. True. They did what they set out to do. Tried getting back into Classic Trek, but I just couldn't get into it. In the flashback episode, the first one, when she is 15, I think, she felt younger. The way she carried herself and the way she spoke, this seemed younger, so good job to them. Yeah, for sure. Like, there's magic in how your attitude and your posture and your eyes and your demeanor can sell something, you know, like that, you know. And because, yeah, visually, I mean, what, just a year, 2 years, maybe, actually passed between shooting the seasons, and I bought it. I hate it when something I like just randomly gets shitloads of hate, because I know it's good, there's no reason to hate it, but I end up subconsciously having negative associations with them. Yeah. I don't know if I've ran into that, but I understand that. Someone referred to me once that thought it was a little weird. Oh, as a they once, and I thought it was a little weird. I mean, hey, I don't even understand the problem with labeling it, because people are like, oh, pronouns in the bio, look at them. Listen, I have long hair. I can't tell you how many times I've been called ma'am in a drive-through. Hell, a couple of times on the phone. I don't get that one, but I would like for people to know the correct way to address me. And I'm tempted to those people sometimes, because it's most of the times it's dudes. I just want to sometimes I'm just tempted to be an asshole back to them and just be like, oh, sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to, I'm sorry. I'm sorry there's pronouns in my bio. I'll get them out of there, miss. Just to fuck with them. Like, what's the point in letting people know? I mean, half the people on social media, they don't have themselves as a profile picture. So how do you know? Without that, we're just to assume? Like, it's fucking stupid how people get up in arms about it. Anyway, whatever. Moving on. In regards to Ellie and Dina getting high, to quote Tallahassee, enjoy the little things. Exactly. Preacher was one of the best comics ever made. It out there with The Walking Dead. I've heard good things about Preacher, but I just haven't had time to watch it, as many things. I watched RWBY back when YouTube used to do 2-minute episodes. Yeah, I have most of the main saga on DVD still, and Blu-ray actually now. I would love to watch the regular show and Adventure Time someday, my 2 favorite Cartoon Network shows. No one was born into this world to be alone. Agent K. Okay, so Agent K versus Dredd? If he's got the noisy cricket, maybe, but otherwise Dredd I think would light him up. I can use him as one of my friends to look like a Night Sister. See, that's harmless as hell right there. That's fine. It's just the way it's infecting like actual jobs and stuff like that is frustrating. Meet Canyon. Hey, it's me, your best friend. I don't think I know the new one's out till tomorrow though, but it's premiering on 5/5/5/5/5. Actors can act. Wow, I liked RWBY. Finale. I don't know that I finished the whole thing. I think I stopped around season 14. Love the Sandman comics. I've got the whole compendium over here, but I haven't read any of it because I didn't want to spoil myself for the show. I've read what's been covered in the show, which honestly I think the show's done better than even the book, which might be blasphemy, but that's what I think. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the new season, man. Don't let him eat dinner, folks. Grappling hook is all you need. Remember. First Contact is one of my first Star Trek movies, but without context, it must have been a bit confusing for you. I know things from like the cultural zeitgeist, just things you just couldn't avoid. But like for the most part, yeah, I mean, it was good. I liked it even without all the other shit around it. K from Blade Runner? I've still never seen either Blade Runner, by the way, guys. I mean, I know a lot of AI is really bad, but to be completely honest, I'm terrified of being a burden to my friends and I need to talk about my shit somewhere, so I do use AI as a therapist. Hey, do what you gotta do, man. Who would win in a battle, Darth Vader or Lord Voldemort? Honestly, I'd like to see Voldemort. I think Vader would win. One, because the Avada Kedavra is not going to hit him through his armor. One, force barrier is a thing. Two, he can force choke him and he's not going to get Avada Kedavra out of his fucking lips. So, I'm going to go Vader. Maybe if that happens again, you should ask people to stop posting new stuff so you can have an end moment. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Did you been on the same running time as the extended edition of Lord of the Rings, Return of the King? I don't know why I added in Lord of the Rings there. You didn't even type that, but I thought you did. What happened to me? What happened there? I'm going to bed now. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care. Take it easy, Ginger. Despite what I said, you should rest and eat long, live long and prosper, Omni. I know the thing. Mighty Ducks cartoon was fun, stupid, but fun. I loved it. Which season 2 are you more excited for? X-Men 97 or Dead or Born Again? Born Again. Born Again. Born Again. Born Again. In a live stream, I will definitely be coming back often. Beware, Omni. I will show up everywhere like Mrs. Flood. Beware. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you had a good time, and I will happily have y'all ever again. I would pick Voldemort because of the killing curse. Well, I think I gave a pretty good argument to that one. Did you actually see Dragon Ball Daima? Thoughts on it? I haven't watched it for myself, but I've kept up with all the story happenings, like the big twists, turns, and reveals. But I haven't, not everything, but some of the big ones. I just haven't had time to watch it, but I just couldn't avoid the spoilers for it, man. It was surprisingly more difficult than some of the Marvel stuff as of late. But I haven't actually sat down and watched it yet. I'll never understand the disrespect when it comes to using correct pronouns for people. Kindness is free. Exactly. I think Voldemort could say Avada Kedavra before Vader could do a force choke. So Voldemort. I disagree. And even so, like I said, if he sees something coming at him, we know they can be deflected. He can just fucking block that shit. It's no faster than a blaster bolt. And also, we've seen a beam struggle, so he can always just do that. I think Vader's got all the time in the world to snap his ass out. And Crucio and Imperio would be a quicker way to say would also neutralize Vader. Vader also is Mind Prism. Good luck with that, with the Force. Crucio, his suit keeps him in constant pain at all times, so that's no different. You're not adding in anything there. So yeah. I'm still going with Vader. 1000%. There's no world in my mind in which Voldemort could do anything. Vader single-handedly slaughtered like an entire legion of people with blasters who could open fire from all directions by himself, and a kaiju, which is canon. Let's see. Shop at school. There's a side to the freshmen here. They're gonna walk on just 2 steps away. I heard loudly, then they hit me harder than they call a girl. Let's see. I watched Star Trek Nemesis the other day. It was a good movie, but not that deep, but weird to me. Stop spell. That's not true. Being mistaken for a girl kind of makes sense to me because I have a big handful of female friends, so sometimes I get mistaken for being gay too. Let's see. I watched all of Red vs. Blue up till there's 17 goddamn seasons. Fuck. Damn. Anyway, going to bed? Wow, it's 2 p.m. in Maui. No, I'm not going to bed anytime soon, but I do need to eat. All by the 1 a.m. LMAO, your stream is that entertaining, so remember that you're cool. Anyway, go eat. It's lovely being here and pleasant surprise to see how involved you are here. Well, thank you. What would you say your top 10 anime are? I don't know if I could give a particular order. I'll name some. I'll name what I'm sure is in there. Inuyasha, Full Metal Alchemist, Attack on Titan, Naruto. I shouldn't have said Naruto first. Naruto's my favorite anime, by the way. Dragon Ball Z, Yu Yu Hakusho. There's probably a bunch I'm blanking on at the moment too. Bleach. See, how did I almost forget Bleach? As problematic as it is, removing the creator, I loved Rurouni Kenshin, but the creator, lo and behold, is a fucking creep, and somehow not in prison. Digimon, that counts. I don't know where I'm at now. I lost count, so I'm gonna go with that for right now. Vegeta versus General Zod. Vegeta. Superman would beat Goku though, but General Zod has not reached anywhere near Clark's full potential. And I was doing so well avoiding spoilers until that point. Oh wait, did I spoil something? Did something get spoiled? What happened? What happened? Wait, what got spoiled? I'm confused. I don't even remember what was said. Then given a question to listen to 10 good animes. ET was a nice little neat bow on the universe, in my opinion. A little sad though. Question: did Bernie come back, and is there any church or Epsilon or whatever? As Fairy Tail up there. I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes of Fairy Tail, but that'd be a pretty hard no. Full Metal Alchemist, that's another one. I don't remember if I said that or not. Death Note also up there. Name 5 books, book type shit. What are you doing? Are you just trying to stall? No. General Zod vs. Vegeta, 5 books. Did I win? Love Kenshin. Dr. Manhattan versus Whis. Did you miss one of my comments? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I need to eat, so we will have to save that till next time. Guys, we have been streaming for almost 4 hours and 20 minutes. You know what? Fuck it. Let's let it sit for 3 more minutes. What am I having for dinner? Honestly, I think the plan was mini corn dogs and macaroni and cheese, as lovely as that sounds. But sometimes that's what you need, man. Saving up for that house, that's what we got. But honestly, right now, sounds really good to me. Good for me? Probably not. Good? Yeah, let's go. Oh, I see you're on a health food kick. Hell yeah. Love reactions because you laugh when crazy stuff happens. So do I. Hell yeah, Annette. You should let us go and have a great dinner. Happy noms. Enjoy your evening. I'll see you on a health food kick. Delicious. Bye. This is one of the funnest streams I've been in. Just talking, given it's just talking. You must be famished. Ain't nothing wrong with mac and cheese. Do I love me a good mac and cheese? Give me that mac and cheese. Yes, like the stream if you have not already. Super helps out. What are corn dogs? Is that a legitimate question, or is it we're just trying to fill the air while we wait for 420? So a little hot dog wrapped up in cornbread. Yes, Church is there. Because the show wasn't the same for me when Church left. He was my favorite character and the whole through line. So like when they were just kind of on their own doing like freelance stuff all by themselves, I was like, meh. So I'll have to go look. I'll have to finish it eventually. I never watched the spinoff either, but if they aren't American, might be legitimate. Interesting. Okay, now that he's going there, where are we going to blow up first? Dr. Doom versus Vader. Dr. Doom would obliterate Vader. God. It's 1:18 out here in the UK, so I'm going to head to bed. Take care. Omni and chat. Take it easy. Favorite Mission Impossible movie? Fallout. Doctor Who predictions. I got nothing. I really don't know. I really don't have anything good that I haven't already kind of talked about. Have a nice day. Church isn't in it a lot, but there. Yeah, I'll finish it one day. I just got to remember where I left off. It to be wild. Wait, did you answer about why Mrs. Flood is subservient to the Ronnie? Yeah, my answer was I have no idea. I did read it, but I didn't. I don't have a good theory as to why that is. But we made it to 420. I'm going out. Good night. Have fun. See you next week. Take care, everybody.